That's what I keep on saying till I lose my mind. Feel like a man in a series, shine like a moon in the last sky. Can you believe it till the end of your life? Go with some bets into a room. That's enough for satisfaction. Really know how to have fun. No need no explanation. Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Whoa, what's it worth of nothing?
Oh fuck! Oh shit! This is new. Transitioning the Monty Holmes thing is new in this thing. Oh fuck! Why didn't it work? Oh, it did. Okay. Hey, what is it? It's Remnant, Team Supernova. And we're back for another exciting week. Thanks for watching. All right. Well, I need a recap for last time. I don't remember who I assigned it to because it was a month and a half ago. Yep, we're still having these issues. Smile. Let's give it to Ben so he can make me angry if he forgets something.
I literally don't recall anything.
Nice.
We started at the start of the We started at the start of the combat encounter. I'll give you that.
Okay. What combat encounter?
The one with the Ripper.
Start the recording.
Listen, I just remember fighting. I remember killing.
I think just take Ben to a corner and start body slamming him into it.
I remember flashes of things.
You start screaming like profanities and just making it to cut it.
I mean,
all right, no one help him. Watch him drown.
There, I'm bubbling up. No, fuck that. I'm
we
already mad. No, shut up. I don't want you to do it anymore. Richard,
we fought the Reaper.
Shut up. I'm gonna serve you. The Reaper.
We fought the Reaper.
You're up, Richard. Salvage this.
All right, give me 10 seconds.
Oh, baby needs 10 seconds.
He was chewing something obvious.
Fuck, Blake hasn't posted the episode yet. How can I go back and check?
I only needed 4. Anyways, we started with the fight against the Ripper, a man in a Grimm mask who breathed out a red mist that terrified and also seemed to paralyze everyone around them. The fight started off pretty good. I mean, he's scary, but we're 4 huntsmen, huntresses in training. This is a fair fight. We ended up cracking his mask, and it turns out he is our good friend Romeo. So that's not traumatic at all for anyone. Especially Felix. It really wasn't traumatic for him. Anyways, a couple civilian casualties happened, and then in the midst of a fight, Yusuf showed up. That was funny. His semblance made things worse. And at that point, it was hard to tell whether he was doing it on purpose or not. But the Ripper, Romeo, apparently really wanted him dead and gave chase. And we had to calm down the riots with some flying acrobatics from Gwen where she threw plant dust everywhere. Viridian launched Clara into the air to go and avoid the battle and chase after Yusuf because we still needed to catch him. Then Felix jumped on his sword and started surfing after them. And Viridian stole a bunch of lightning dust from the Snee Dust Company to make some lightning birds to taser the stream of panicking, riotous civilians left in Yusuf's wake. Clara did manage to catch him and knock him down. He panicked. Romeo was chasing. He caught up. We knocked him out. There was a big incident where Yusuf... Some things happened. We had an argument. Boots didn't exactly take his side, but didn't exactly defend him until Piper showed up to try to catch him in one of her big puppets, and then he was caught, and Romeo was also put in one, and we're now following her through an underground tunnel, I think. The big argument was that Yusuf apparently hated Romeo and turned him into the Ripper with his semblance. We might need to ask him some questions about that, but he seems to be a pretty bad guy.
It's so racist. But I appreciate it. Thank you, Richard. Yeah. Very good, very good. We were on a... Yeah?
No.
No, get your joke out.
Oh! Let's hear it! Right up here! Hey, everybody!
No, come here. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Look at this stage!
Blue team, get up here. Blue team, get up here.
What, blue team?
Blue team, get up here. What is this?
What is it?
Nothing.
What is this?
No! I want to hear it!
You're embarrassing me!
I'm so fucking embarrassed!
So embarrassed! Oh, fuck.
Woo.
Let's see here. Right, no, we're in the cave. And by cave, I mean one of the tunnels, obviously. I need music from this folder, probably. Seems about right. Okay. Well then, Team Supernova. Let me get us the correct map. Make sure I don't drag you to an empty one. Yep, red seems right to me. Except technically that's wrong. One second. Alright. So, as elucidated by Richard's detailed recap, you had decided to continue to follow Dr. Hamlin after her slightly vague but mostly hurried explanation telling you that if, considering the circumstances and the active situation, that it's not unreasonable that people would come to reinforce you. And considering the context of the situation, she would prefer if we could have this conversation in secured tunnels after using a private entrance that she's aware of nearby. Both the puppets, the one with Yusuf and Romeo, of course, had disappeared off onto rooftops, just like how Boots had somehow also where it disappeared. So it will just be you four, along with her following her into one of these tunnels. You all said you were fine with last time, so I assume there's no change. So let me get us down here. And you'll be brought down into the tunnel system as the lights would begin to flash on in sections that you're walking, conserving some level of power and things. This section has some debris and things within it. Nothing entirely major, but this is where you assume like one of the non-completely finished sections would have been that weren't completely cleared out. And you had begun walking. Dr. Hamlin was just continuing to hurry you along with a little wave of her hand to keep pace with her as she's walking at a measured, not a sprint or a run or anything, but a fast pace that she's managing easily. And you will continue walking until you guys actually speak up. She doesn't seem to intend to broach any topics herself if you don't actually ask her. So, how's the team feeling? And does anyone want to start off, or do you guys want to confer among yourselves in the meantime, meta-wise or in character?
Meta-wise, I feel it's probably best to get on the same page, because it's been a while.
Yeah.
Clara is, was just running on like a ton of adrenaline like anyone else, but is mostly like trying to rapidly take in the situation because it went from catching Yusuf to caught the Ripper to argument to this in like a span of few minutes. So I would say Claire is probably still like having like a ton of thoughts racing as she's just kind of quietly following along, thinking. Probably not for very long. Probably not quietly for very long, but like at least for the initial.
Yeah, I'd just like to say meta-wise, Felix is a little sussed out by Hamlin right now, because earlier when we saw Romeo, or not Romeo, I'm sorry, Yusuf, when he saw Romeo, he looked really scared, and that doesn't really track with he was behind the whole thing, so Felix is a little, he's not buying it right now, he's a knower right now. So he's a little sussed out by the whole situation. Especially with him just being carried off by a giant robot puppet.
The only thing that's making Viridian quiet at the beginning is the fact that he really did a lot in the last fight and is very tired. But the tiredness as they're going is starting to get replaced. He's not getting adrenaline high, but he's getting the anger high of his energy coming back.
Yeah.
And that like he's like not directly addressing Piper, but he is the guy who is there, who is, like, speaking up, like, this is bullshit. How could that little prick do something like this? He's just ranting now, at some point.
Yeah. I get you.
And, he's, at the moment, too angry to be suspicious of anything, but he does have certain feelings in his gut of, like, some things don't add up, but they're not important right now.
Yeah, Gwen's kind of stewing. She's really mad at the whole Romeo situation. She really likes him. She's really conflicted and wants to, in her heart of hearts, believe that it's not his fault and that it was entirely on Romeo, but...
On Yusuf.
What did I say? On Yusuf.
On Romeo.
Yes, on Yusuf and not Romeo. So she's kind of struggling with that in her head. And also still stewing about the whole Dr. Merlot and Piper being complicit in all this nonsense that's happening in the city. So she's stewing at the moment.
All right. Cool. You guys can hold the conversation as you see fit.
Where did she say we were headed? To the
lab?
Lab?
Yeah, she just said, look, or she just said, like, we're gonna go back to the labs. It'll be faster and more. It'll be faster directly through the tunnels with no foot traffic and things.
Did those puppets come with us in here, or do they?
No, like I said, they went on.
Yeah, no,
the
they fucked
roofs.
off.
She said they're going to the lab too. Like she's bringing them up there.
And we just let that happen.
I mean, yeah. Last time you guys decided not to.
Kind of fast.
Liam, where are you?
You're not fast enough for you to not do anything.
Yeah, no, that did not. Yeah,
that was an active choice at the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's okay. If we
Just
need
like
to find him, we'll
Boots
find
was
him.
like, so you guys want to help him get out of here? You guys made your call.
Okay, we were on a moral dilemma at the time.
No, exactly. That's what I mean. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying you were in a stuck position of what's going on. You guys don't really like either of things that are happening, but at least
here.
Piper says, "I don't want to kill Romeo," and you guys are like, okay. I kind of like that answer more.
Three of us like that answer.
You guys
I
made
didn't
your
like
choice.
siding with either of these people, but erring on the side that didn't have boots.
Why didn't you fight them both?
Probably easier. Piper.
Piper's Piper scares me. Gwen.
No, I didn't say that.
No one has a puppet motif if they're good.
This
Conqueror eventually.
Yeah, exactly. How dare you?
Same word.
This could be
Me?
a wild, like...
What?
You don't know about me and my puppets?
Did they not tell you that I'm a ventriloquist?
Wow, I've known you for.
Yeah, we got one made that looks like each of you.
I mean,
when we met, when I had my ventriloquist puppets.
I will say it is fair. I don't see your mouth move when I talk to you.
Exactly. I'm really good. And so am I. Oh, hey, Bill.
Okay.
Just know, if anyone cancels a session again, I will skin you alive and make a puppet out of you.
Shut the fuck up.
And play your character for you.
Sorry.
Battle threat.
So was the joke of Gwen going on a racist tirade like mostly a joke at the end of last session?
What?
What racist tirade did she go on?
Well,
That was a joke.
you literally ending the session saying that Gwen is now racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was mainly a joke.
Yeah, that's a
I'm
joke.
pretty sure that was a joke. Yeah.
I think that was said after the credits started rolling.
No, it was not.
Oh.
I watched the VOD.
Like, the mouth on the doll wasn't moving.
Okay.
Oh my god, can we get some Robert Brand's fun time puppets?
No, it's fun. I just wanted to
Well, that's a
clarify.
joke for me and you.
I just wanted to clarify for myself, and now I know. So thanks.
I just wanted to get.
You know? Has it impacted Gwen's opinion on, some faunus? Maybe.
I had to PM Liam mid-session. Dude, what the fuck? Was it fucking serious?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
Viridian is racist again.
No, yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Yes. Yeah.
Real quick, how are we? Or how close are we following the Piper? Are we just like?
Oh, you guys could distance yourself if you really wanted to. This is just my default position on the map. And this isn't like, oh, we spent time walking. I just cut to this map saying, like, you've just started walking if you want to really, like, back the fuck out of this suddenly. Yeah, like, you guys could position yourself way further back if you wanted.
Oh, Clara probably wouldn't.
Shoot her in the ass.
Clara probably wouldn't actually, just because, like, we're kind of following her to a location, so I wouldn't, like, go back.
Move wherever you would like on this map. Obviously.
Okay, well in that case, Felix. I don't remember last session. Sorry, but
It's okay.
I don't know if I turned off Owl on my phone or not.
You can. You guys.
I'll
can
just
do
say I
that
did.
if
I'll just say I do
you'd like.
right now. I don't know if I already did. I don't think I did, but
Yeah.
I'm sure the
That's
comments will
something
point
you
it
guys
out.
gotta be clear on. Yeah.
I think Gwen had hers off.
Yeah, Gwen had hers off. So
I think
I'm gonna
Claire's the
hang
only
back
one who had
and
it
maybe put my hand on Gwen's shoulder to like make her walk slower behind.
Not the time,
Ready.
Felix.
Ooh, I'm gonna kill him.
That's so bad. Liam was waiting for that. Holy shit.
Really? Now is when you pick your move? Jeez.
Really?
Read the room.
Read the room, dude.
You know,
I
I'll
guess my
take
surrogate dad figure did just kind of die.
I'm gonna kill myself, Gwen. Never mind.
You're
Goes
gonna
over and puts his hand on Viridian's shoulder. Not the Tom
Viridian
Felix.
blessing.
hesitates to put it on Clara's shoulder, even though she's the last person.
Just kill us, Piper.
Just kill us.
Rocks fall, you
Listen,
die.
I don't
What?
want to go through the conversation trying to explain the concept of someone being bad to Clara.
Yeah. Well, I'm only.
Okay.
Listen, I want to say for the record, Felix chose Gwen because he knows her fucking phone's off and he doesn't want
Right.
Yeah, Gwen
Okay.
can hang back with Felix.
Move yourself if you'd like.
to. Okay.
Gwen can hang.
Just
Shout
assume
outs
you
to-
guys are like making movement on this map.
Yeah,
I don't have
shout-
scrolling gifts.
Shout. Fool, this guy. Shout out to my friend Liam for not making a Borderlands joke there. That took a lot of restraint of you. All
I
right.
was
will
thinking
gi-
of
I will
ways
give
to make
you
one.
the-
I'll let you know, but I didn't.
I will give
Alright.
you the meta-wise, you are a fair enough distance away, it would be hard to listen in. And Viridian is literally going like, fucking bullshit right now
Okay.
anyway, so
Yes.
you have some
Yeah.
cover.
I was hoping to be. I mean, you guys only move 6 squares away. I mean, you need to be. at least
Yeah, I'm just
8.
like, she listens, owned. I fucking
You're like,
love
I don't know,
players
she's got
underestimating
big, She's
me.
got big fucking
Fucking
ears. Can you see that fucking thing? I think she has 2 sets of them.
We all
And
do.
then we'll whisper. What the fuck? You think I hear better because of this?
Oh my god, you have ears under there? That's fucking gross.
I feel like she can see us in the dark.
Wait, you have deer ears and antlers?
No, I
you only
said
have one trait.
Oh.
So she has the rat ears, so
I
she
love
doesn't.
Ruby.
She has the rat ears, so she can't be cheese to meet me. That's so. That's
True.
true, right?
All right, listen.
All
We're
right,
hanging
excellent.
back. Felix will be like, Gwen, I need you to keep your eyes peeled. Something is not right here about this whole situation.
Yeah, it doesn't say right.
Yusuf being behind all this is... I find myself not believing that. I feel as if we're being used or tricked, so please, just help me look out for something.
I don't know, the things he said, though.
Yes, but
I don't think he's entirely innocent. But
Yusuf is an idiot, but when he first saw the Ripper, that was genuine fear I saw in his eyes. I don't think he would be that scared if he was behind all this.
I guess. Oh yeah, I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you. I hope we figure out who's telling us the truth soon.
Yeah. No.
It's fun.
Zoairs, Clara, your teammate Viridian, is frustrated beside you, and Piper's humming along as you walk.
I guess Claire will go over towards Viridian is making his circle space as he's advancing forward.
Yeah.
And kind of as she walks close to him, she'll just look over to him. What is he? Is he actually just like mumbling to himself angrily?
Yes.
Is he punching the air?
You come over and he is in the middle of going, I can't believe we thought that we could, like, make a plan with that little fucking psychopath.
Hey, you want to talk
He's not
about it?
He's not punching the air, but he is, like, Kagi Woodsman is, like, still extended and he's, like, tapping it on either side of the ground around him.
Hey, thanks for the live before. That certainly helped us clear this up right quick.
Yeah. Viridian's just gonna kind of sneer for a second and then spit on the ground as they're walking, and he'll go, yeah, well, didn't get us anywhere good.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, we found
Yeah,
Yusuf.
I'd say that. Romeo's passed out. We got the guy who's been messing with his mind up, following him through this Grimm-infested tunnel. Fucking bullshit. This whole thing's bullshit.
Well, at least we got him, right? Better than them scampering around too much, or Romeo doing more things he's gonna regret.
Yeah, got him. How we gonna explain this to Romeo? Like, he got his mind all together when this was happening? Did he know what was going on? Or does he think it's just those bad dreams or that phantom vision that's been bothering him all this time? Like people are dead because of him? But Yusuf was doing something to him?
I don't know. I can't imagine what he's gonna be going through. I really hope he wasn't aware during that.
Yeah, right. Wasn't aware during that. Viridian's just gonna be, like, sneering and is like, Viridian, and I think pretty much the entire team has experienced Yusuf's semblance.
Yeah, by now.
Yeah, and he's like, I remember when I was beating up his friend and I got too angry.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's just like, yeah. Well, I guess for once it's a good thing his head's all fucked up and he might not remember being the monster he was then.
Either way, hopefully Dr. Hamlet can help out since she's been the one he's been talking to for so long. But, well, I guess we won't really know until he wakes up.
Viridian's gonna stop mumbling for a second. He's still, like, bashing Coggy Woodsman from side to side. It's like a blind person with their cane
Walking.
in their
Yeah,
path. Yeah. And he'll be like, yeah, maybe Dr. Hamlin can clear some things up.
Still, after what we just had to go through back to back. Well, I'm happy that it ended when it did. I know much more of that I could take. How was the seemed like chaos. Did you guys subside everything on your way to me? She's
Yeah,
talking about all the
something like-
civilians.
Something like a couple dozen people knocked out.
Thank God. Or thank brothers.
Yeah, well, I told the police, not the police. What would you call the military police? I know that the constables are the constables.
Oh, yeah, the military police. I'm just rocking with military police right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
alright. Told
The MPs.
Military, told the MPs that showed up to make a circle and get things contained. Hopefully they're still doing that. Get everyone picked up and checked out.
I
I
guess
don't
we're-
think I zapped anyone too much, but...
Well, I'll trust you on that. It seemed like a pretty good plan, all things considered. I just hope that they get things cleaned up and no Grimm, stick around for too long.
Yeah,
This is probably only the start of the problems this place is gonna go through soon.
yeah, I think all the Grimm that were trying to escape got sealed up, but... Who knows? Who does know where all these tunnels go and how they connect?
I mean, I'd be probably the governor and maybe Dr. Hamlin and Dr. Mero. I got some facilities down here.
Yeah. One of them. One of them definitely knows.
I mean, odds are the governor has to know, right? I don't think there's anything in the city he shouldn't know.
You think that, but when you're all the way up at the top, it's hard to see things down at the bottom. Especially if they're trying to hide something from you.
I just beat a bunch of veiled politics. I don't know lick about that. I'm not able to pinpoint some type of person that wants to hide something from the governor. Well, besides, you. But, you know, that's like minor stuff.
Yeah. Well. I can't imagine y'all needing to worry about that, Sora.
Well, do me a favor since you're more knowledgeable on this type of thing. If I do need to start worrying of that, please let me know.
Oh, I will.
Claire will just sigh and just continue marching forward.
You guys just following along then?
Yeah, I don't see why
I
not.
will.
Felix breaks him for the exit.
No questions for her on the way over?
I'm good.
Give me a second to think.
Yeah, I got some, I think.
Oh, you can go ahead while I'm thinking then.
Let me think.
As I said before, she's just got like her hands held behind her back, taking some long steps to keep a good pace, humming away to herself.
Well, you think Rudian would have an idle question he just calls out while they're still in the tunnel.
Sure, sounds good.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, so why couldn't your little toys come down here with us? Couldn't fit through the door?
Oh, the snatchers? That what you mean, Puppet?
Yeah, those. That what you call them? Never seen them before.
I wouldn't want to bring any unstable individuals directly down into the tunnels in case there's any burrowing Grimm that have pierced any of the layers of security. It's not like they're necessarily completely unconscious right away, after all. Who knows what state Romeo's in? A fully trained huntsman can't be subdued entirely easily, after all.
That wasn't easy by any regards. I hope he'd be out for at least a little while.
It seems you might have not expected him to still have such a bit of kick in his step still. Despite the limp, he's still quite well trained in his aura. That never really fades too much.
I knew the guy still had something in him. You can't drink as much as he did and stand up straight without having something in your step.
She chuckles a little bit dryly at that and nods. Unfortunately, it seems he had more than any of us exactly expected in him.
Well, he got his semblance off on me, so that means he has to be pretty skilled, right?
At least he can take a bit of humor.
Claire will smile.
Alright, her answer tracks. I hope that gave you enough time to think, Gwen.
Yeah.
He's listening!
When we get to the labs, do you have ways to monitor the tunnels?
Oh, the tunnels? Of course. The tunnels are all under secure lockdown right now. She'll gesture as you're coming along as the light's illuminating a sealed entrance that opens up and you guys walk through it and then sealed behind you. All of these are sectioned off into numbered and numerated security systems that we can operate individually. Power consumption can be a problem normally, but the doors are set to shut automatically without them. We're rediverting most of the power we have available to the tunnels currently to deal with isolating and eliminating the Grimm that are in them. Not something you can exactly run 24/7, unfortunately. City prices and all that sort of thing would be a bit of a bill for the governor. But considering that there seems to be some interest in reopening the rail system, as I believe you all found out, all things going ahead, hopefully we will be able to keep the security systems functioning fully. In the near future, that is.
I'd hope so.
Oh, don't look so concerned about that. The practical security is working out through now. I mean the more active sort of things, like surveillance and that sort of stuff. Things that would have let us know about those little thieves flittering around the place all excitedly. They got ahead of themselves, unfortunately.
Well, do we know where any Grimm are congregating now?
Yes, absolutely.
Once we can rest up and we can go take care of any still lingering in the tunnels.
She waves her hand at you, kind of dismissively. That's not a worry, Puppet. They're all taken care of now. Sealed up in these tunnels, there's nothing that they would be able to really do considering the security systems, and they'll slowly be eliminated and captured in the meantime.
I think any that are in the city should be taken care of.
In the city? Well, I think you've taken care of them. And from Al's updates, it seems like the initial burst is done for, and they've reinforced any of the entrances. All they need is a bit of earth dust and some collapsing done in strategic ways. The military police should be trained well enough to handle that by themselves, let alone the reinforcements from your fellow classmates and peers. Not in the knights are in the city. Despite everything, we at least still had some lines of defense against such an incongruable accident as this. Still, I don't envy being a faunus in this city now.
I just want to make sure any Grimm that could be diverted away from the city are.
Dear, they're being diverted as much as possible right now. I can guarantee you that. After all, you've done quite a number already on them. It's not as if the floodgates were open necessarily. A pocket was found. We didn't exactly have infinite numbers stocked up in those facilities, you know. And they weren't... well, The one that was broken open probably had some that were quite well fed. But besides that, any of the further ones that could escape, well, no. If they had broken open any of those, they would have been able to handle them themselves.
What does well-fed mean for Grimm, Noah?
You're not exactly sure. You don't know off the top of your head. You can roll an acumen if you want to make a guess, or just ask the expert on the topic.
You know, I didn't think that. I didn't really catch that. You're right. That is very weird.
Yeah.
What
Shit.
do you mean well-fed?
Sorry. Sounds a bit sinister when I say it like that. As I'm sure you're aware of the basics of Grimm at this point in your careers. The fear and unsightly emotions built out by humans is what sustains them and causes them to agitate. The facilities near the city, as safely near as they can be, are the ones utilized to keep Grimm in peak condition. Isolated by themselves outside in burrowed facilities away from civilization or any groups of people, tend to cause the Grimm to slowly disapparate over time and deteriorate. Well fed as in they're picking up the passive imminence of the city and all of its colorful people, emanating those emotions outwards. Even if not directly near them or engaging in any sort of debauchery with them, Grimm will still stay active nearby people.
I need a clarification on something that happened years ago.
Yeah, go for it.
So when we were out in the woods and we did the Lycos Dea thing and we captured all the Grimm for them down in the facility.
Yeah.
When Viridian got a look down there with his bird.
Yeah.
There were lots of Grimm in one part of it that were just like hanging out, right?
Yeah, that were like just in cages, just kind of hanging around.
Yeah. And when I say lots, I mean like lots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
in the building you had, it was like 20 to 40.
Yeah, okay, good. And that was really out of the way.
Yeah, that was out in the States.
Alright. Okay. Just need to clarify that for right now.
Yeah.
Right. Guess that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It's an important distinction to survey them in different states of awareness and different states of capabilities, after all. It's not like we put anything too dangerous that close. Not like we could really put anything too dangerous in any of them, honestly. Only so many subjects you can safely examine at a time, and, well, breeds.
How many can you manage?
Hmm?
There was
Depends
a lot that came out of that hole in the city.
Oh, sorry. I suppose I'm speaking in vagaries. After all, it would depend on the facility and the breeds. The ones close nearby would probably only have up to 30, maybe 40. Out in the sticks or so, we could go up to mostly 60, depending on the timing and interest we have in them. You need to stagger the captures, after all. You can't bring in fresh ones all at once. Slowly by slowly, they deteriorate over long periods of time and based on the breeds and status of them. Alphas, for instance, of any species would deteriorate much slower than the others. Age has something to do with it, we've discovered quite handily. I say discovered. Scattered notes from history has given us these ideas, but none are so properly archived. This sort of thing is quite difficult to find peer work on. Peer research.
Yeah, no, there's not like Grimm research isn't super common, right? Outside of like
it's a pretty
we killed the Grimm.
Yeah, it's a pretty
You might cage a Beowulf at best.
Yeah, it's pretty much a difficult actual branch of research to get funded and allowed. Most governments and things don't really. I mean, like here in Vale, they're basically like, don't do that. Like, we're not going to give you money for that. And if you find out we're holding Grimm places, like, it's basically mostly illegal, just because of, you can assume some level of societal, like, risk it just has. Just saying, like, yeah, you can't really fuck with this sort of chemicals or something anywhere because we just don't trust you with using them. I mean, obviously, you don't know what goes on in deeper echelons of society and things, but it's not something entirely common. Most Grimm research is more so, like you said, from the active angle of huntsmen and observation in the field, and then categorization and cataloging them from pure, just like wild encounter. Grimm in captivity is a pretty difficult thing to swing in most circles. They're pretty dangerous beasts, and there is just superstition around them, obviously, also, that's permeated.
And she said 30.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
30 to 40, yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be like, 30 Beowulfs.
30 Beowulfs is a lot.
That's a lot of Beowulfs, I'm just saying. Yeah.
That could kill...
Yeah, oh yeah.
We probably couldn't save a bunch of people from 30 Beowulfs. That's a lot of fucking Beowulfs.
One shelling, you got it.
Okay,
That's a
if they're
bushel.
spaced out enough.
Oh, no.
Also, they're not all gonna run in one
Overkill.
direction. They're all gonna go in one direction.
Yeah,
Look.
I know. No, Liam. I know.
What if one's hanging a bus full of children and your girlfriend over Who do you save?
Save both.
That's a lot of Beowulfs.
Liam, girlfriend? Come on.
Get the fucking... Okay,
Whoa,
what
buddy.
the fuck? Kind of...
What the fuck?
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, watch it.
I came here to play
This is a safe
role-playing game with my
environment.
friends. Not
This
be
is a
attacked.
safe. This is a safe environment.
Anyway, so after hearing Piper's explanation, Gwen will be like, 30 to... That's a lot. Like per group?
Facility, yes.
How many facilities are near the city?
The exact number near the city is only about 3. We can't exactly fulfill...
So near 100 Grimm, just right at the city walls.
Oh dear, you're so dramatic about this sort of thing. She just rolls her eyes a little bit. You're really doubting our security systems that much?
Seems an unnecessary risk. As seen by today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot the idea of the large terrorist group bombing our facilities. You'll have to forgive me.
I think taking into the worst case scenario is generally the best thing you can do for handling Grimm in a city.
You don't have to tell me. I thought the security would be enough.
What are you even what are you even doing with them? Prodding them with sticks? You can't cut them open, right?
Oh dear me. She just sighs.
She says that sarcastically.
I know, Piper just sighs. Oh, pardon me, I've just heard this a couple of times before. Grimm research is an entirely untread field in many different sorts of research. It's not exactly like we're whinging in the dark, though. This is the sort of resource that would help create a bit of a buffer for civilization to actually handle these creatures, I feel like you should be at least a little conscious of that going to one of your academies. Your classes and things aren't exactly founded just on field research. You wouldn't have such structured curriculum on actual ideas of how Grimm function if you didn't. Observational research is an incredibly rare field for most species of Grimm still. Field researchers have a lot of trouble actually following them before they're engaged in any sort of hostilities, after all. And physiological ones are also quite difficult, considering their habit of disapparating into oils quite quickly after death, depending on the breed and length of life. Only the elder Grimm, generally alphas and above, linger much longer than a couple of minutes, and even then it's not more than a few days. Much faster deterioration than anything that's living or normally biological.
Yes, I'm not saying there's no value, it's just...
I'm saying there's a lot of value, and, well, considering how little you can imagine how researching one would go, I think you can understand why it's important we need this. Any other subject, you could quickly come up with a hypothesis, right? Abacology mixing some dusts. What if I asked you if you were just throwing around explosives in a cave? It's a frustrating, dreadful lack of information we have as a civilization, let alone as a culture.
Oh, we don't go mixing dust in the city squares.
Right. Because you've never seen a lab have any accidents in the city.
Still,
Oh, calm down. I'm just cutting a little bit of a jib. You look so bloody serious about this sort of thing.
people died today.
Yes, I'm well aware. Only 20 currently. And she checks her phone and then frowns for a or scroll and frowns for a second before sighing. Good work, though. It was a very quick. It was very quick work containing all of them.
Right place, right time, thankfully.
Especially with Romeo. She frowns again.
Gwen also frowns.
It seems he's been deposited at the lab already. He should be being stabilized now. Though I doubt, considering his aura, he needs it exactly. Sedated, more like it.
Seems pretty twisted up.
You're telling me.
Just
Well,
keep me updated.
Oh, well, of course, dear. I'm quite worried about him myself, after all, but... if this is truly a repeated condition of his, I can make some educated guesses on how he'll recover now.
How would that be?
It'll most likely just be another blackout for him. He's had them occasionally, reported them in the past. Lost time, that sort of thing. Waking up in places he wasn't sure of. Becoming aware of walking somewhere already. I don't know if there's anything worse that he didn't tell me, but Romeo's not exactly been cagey in our discussions about these sorts of things. I think he'd be curious about getting to the bottom of things. He might be getting in the way of himself, but not consciously. This use of character certainly does add some explanation to things, though.
So he's made it to the lab too, I assume?
Yes. Locked and secured up. We'll handle that later, I suppose. You seem familiar with him. Suppose we can have a debriefing on any details that might be relevant later.
No, Gwen's got nothing.
She doesn't have nothing that's funny.
Nothing more, Blake.
Oh, sorry.
As you're going, Piper will... Al will speak up from her scroll, and Piper will lift it up to read something and frown. Can we really do no better, Al? Currently, it's the fastest route still, and it is secured. I just thought it would be best to warn you. After all, you could take a less circuitous route. Fine. Alright. She'll click a scroll and turn to the group. Fair bit of warning. I don't believe this next segment should be very pleasant to look at, but it is safe and secure. She'll lead forward as there's a fork in the road, and one of the gates you'll walk towards will slowly start to open.
Sorry, what did she just say?
She said, sorry, this next tunnel's really going to be unpleasant, but it is secure. And she'll roll you over.
Oh, this is the child
Open the
mines,
door.
where we had the children.
She'll open up as you come in. There's a large number of movements and some sizzling of Grimm corpses and a thick stench in the air, as there is a large number of puppets moving about the place around with Grimm bodies, collecting and piling up them. Some Red Fang bodies as well, as there's blood smeared and some smell of fresh fired dust in the air, as there is evidently a fight in here. The number of puppets, as I described the Snatchers before, I can describe it again. They're these hulking, maybe like 14-foot standing, like big, muscly looking wooden figure, not muscle, but like hulking wooden
Bulky.
figures They've got short, stubby back legs that still run fast, along with their large forearms that they kind of like use like a gorilla to run across the ground and throw themselves. They have their unsettling little happy mask on, and they have that open midsection that is plated and can open up and secure things that they put into there. These spinners are these, they have 2 legs, normal humanoid, a thick round body that seems to be segmented, kind of like horizontally a few times, and then 4 pairs of arms that kind of clack up and down as they move, and their bodies spin and adjust and switch them over segments, and spinning, smiling little heads as they kind of move in circular movements, attempting to like pile up the Grimm bodies. And these frolickers are these sort of almost more straw-looking, with big like round bouncing hats, and 1 sort of like pogo leg that hop up and down for their movements, rebalancing themselves like a gyroscope, with just like a normal pair of arms, kind of looking like they're wearing like oven mitts or something, bouncing around the place.
So these things don't look like... They're not mechanical whatsoever.
They're not mechanical, like, whatsoever. There's barely any metal on them, except for, like, the snatchers, like, open, like, stomach area and things. They're all puppeted, segmented, wooden, like, lifeless-looking things.
So I have to intuit she's controlling all of them.
Theoretically, from what you saw before, where she showed a little flick of her hand to show you that she's moving the snatcher. As she grimaces a bit. What'd you say?
I said very cool.
That would unnerve Clara. Like her controlling so many of them at once. Like that because like she's smart, but like I would have to assume it's like you can't just control your semblance to that like capability.
I mean, yeah, this is like most of you guys before. She said like my semblance lets me control functions. She showed you a little funny puppet show, or like that she could open a door with it or something. But then she showed, oh, I can control the snatcher, and like. And they went off to the facility, which, you know, it's a 30-minute walk through the tunnels. And now you come in here and you see this number of things, puts you in perspective. As Piper sighs a little bit and wrinkles her nose at the smell of some of the corpses and blood. Well, a brutal ending. Not that they didn't exactly ask for it, causing such a problem.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Do the Red Fang members look like they were all killed by Grimm, or do they look like they were killed by the puppets?
Give me a wit roll.
And do the puppets look like they may have signs of like blood on their fucking...
Well, some of them have blood on them because they're moving Red Fang corpses and piling them up.
Sure.
So give me a wit roll for other investigatory action or questions. Good question. Yeah. So Gwen, the lights kind of are flickering in this place a little bit as they're adjusting on, and Gwen can see as the lights are flickering on and off a little bit, kind of like, you know, like I said, they're turning on as you walk. You spy over here in this section with these Red Fang. The snatcher that's moving this corpse and collecting parts from the Deathstalker. You see it tilt its head momentarily. You see a big like impact from bullet fire on the right side of its smiling mask that's cracked and destroyed the front of its mask. And it slowly turns its head back as the light dims in that area, shutting the lights off from that side of the thing so you don't see it as well. As Piper continues to click her tongue a little bit. No matter how obnoxious and reckless they are in endangering people, it's not exactly a happy death to have been sealed in here with these things. Unfortunate. She'll continue to paddle on.
Not to the last.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Who wouldn't in this situation? Huh? Oh, glad they didn't hurt anyone. As Piper moves forward, kind of just keeping her long stride. Well, come along. I don't imagine any of you wish to stay here longer than we need to.
No.
Mind the smell. Watch the floor.
So you control all of these.
Well, I did explain my semblance before, but yes, the puppets. She looks around. Most of them are my own creation, after all. Functionality can be quite intricate once you continue to develop it yourself. For puppets, perhaps 20 to 40, depending on how much I sleep the day before. Operationally, they function quite similar towards... how would I put it? Oh, there was that Schnee within the tournament. I believe you're aware of their semblance being able to control defeated Grimm. It's something like that. A vague concept, but similar enough for you to get a feeling for what you might have fought before if you're that curious about these sorts of things. I'm aware of slightly what they can see. The more intricacies with their eye panels and devices within them are secured in them to give me a little more leniency with being able to actually see what they have, but more than one? My head cracks practically open. I mostly let my intuition puppet them in the meantime. That seems to work quite well.
Yeah, I know how that feels. Having too many eyes at once almost makes me throw up sometimes.
Right, I forgot. You would know that quite easily. I would imagine it's like having multiple of your birds out. You can instinctively control them, but it's not as if like you're flexing your muscle to flap every wing, right?
Yeah, kind of just feel like they should be doing bird stuff and then they'd flap their wings the way they're supposed to.
Well said, Puppet, thank you. I designed every one of these to have a bit of a personality to them, and that helps me control their actions. The snatchers here are quite darlings, after all. They know to protect and seize Grimm. They are my main means of capturing them for Monty, after all. Their insides have security systems that allow them to help in assisting in subduing them while controlling their movements for not damaging themselves or the puppets too much. That, and also being mostly lifeless entities with barely enough aura in them, doesn't agitate the Grimm as much as you'd imagine. Though they still thrash and things normally.
Yeah. I mean, my birds are made entirely out of aura, but they're not too big. Grimm don't usually mind them.
Exactly. Same sort of concept, I'd imagine. I don't imagine any of you would want to try a spin, would you? As she taps the snatcher and its shell opens up on the inside, and you see the sort of like coffin-like insides with a couple of extendable arms and some padding things.
You see the Iron Maiden attachment. I'll pass.
As she looks in and there's a creep inside that's dead. And she'll tell it to empty it out and drop it onto the floor. Maybe not that one.
You know, I was gonna volunteer, but it looked occupied.
Shame. Maybe another time.
I need one more clarification question from a year ago. Yeah. When I was doing the sneaking at the facility thing, looking in, Dr. Merlo, he was there.
He was there too.
A snatcher was there.
Yeah.
Was Hamlin actually there, or was he only talking to her through a display when he called her?
He was talking to her through a scroll, I believe.
So she was ostensibly still at the lab.
Yes, and was...
Snatcher was there.
Yeah, and that was a car drive out the sticks in the woods, yes.
That's really far.
Yeah, that's hilariously far.
Viridian is thinking about... Could me send a bird out that far? Yeah. I've never tried that far.
Yeah.
I like his positivity.
Yeah.
Alright.
Hey, if she could do it, let's check it out. Alright. She'll continue to lead you through the room. Anything you want say amongst yourselves? Should I just bring you guys to the lab at this point, do you think? Or you want to keep talking in the tunnels when it's just Piper?
There's something big I want to ask while we're still in the tunnels.
Cool. You want me to wait till it's out of the blood tunnel?
Out of the blood tunnel would be good.
That'd be nice. She hurries you along and continues to say, like, oh, all right, it's just up here. I'm sorry about this, obviously. very unpleasant.
Yeah, well,
And she'll
we had
clap her
our
hand.
share of unpleasant already.
Oh,
Was there like a hole in the wall, by the way?
Oh, in this one, that's not
that's
like
a-
that's not the No, this one is
How did they-
basically.
Is there any obvious signs of how they got there, other than just like going down tunnels for fun?
It's like you presume they were corralled, like ran and got cornered and then sealed in.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was like a rolling lockdown, right? So
Yeah.
it probably wouldn't be like trapped exactly where they actually busted in.
Right, exactly. Like she explained.
You just
in
close
case
the doors till you corral them where you want them to go.
Yeah. Like it's many segment doors we're going through
Yeah.
at this point. That like most of them are closed right now that you're going through, and even when they aren't, it's clear to see like, okay, this is where one of the door segments are. Yeah, you were vaguely aware of them when you dealt with the rail system, but it's clearly in this section. There's clearly a larger amount of them because this was closer to where the actual facilities must have been. That were the weapon caches and like warehouse facilities for Mountain Glen. You can just intuit that from your time in the city, obviously.
Mhm.
And yeah, you guys can continue here. I'll move this rock so it's a different map.
Good.
Nice.
Nice.
Love that.
Yeah.
Alright, so after clearing the blood tunnel
Yeah.
and probably hearing like an update between her and Al of like, so how much work, so any
Yeah.
other detours, we're almost there, and like
Yeah.
yada.
Yeah, you're getting
Alright,
close
yeah.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Viridian is going to go. Papa, question.
Yes, Poppy.
What
She
were y'all
turns and
doing?
starts walking backwards, smiling.
Yeah. What was y'all doing out and about?
She raises an eyebrow. Like, going
Well-
like for you to, extrapolate.
Well, it couldn't have been easy for y'all to show up there with us facing down Yosef and collect him and Romeo and get us down here unless he was already out. What were y'all doing?
Well, honestly, once you all told me about Yusuf, I'd begun my own little hunt for him.
Ah,
It seemed like it would be helpful for everyone to get that boy corralled, after all. Once I realized, though, at the scene what is going on, well, some things clicked. Let me just say that your elucidation on his semblance made me connect some dots, perhaps, with what was going on with Romeo.
ah. Yeah,
After
that
all-
adds up.
After all, after being in his abode a number of times, being his primary physician and things, it's not as if I didn't have some worries.
Right. Of course, what with that whole catastrophe happening with the Grimm breaking out of one of the facilities, you had to be in a mighty quick hurry to get back to the lab or someplace you could take control of your side of the situation, right?
That was the idea.
Ah, well, mighty sorry that we ended up pulling you away from that.
Oh, not a problem, Puppet. After all, it's not as if I have to be in every place at once all the time. I have my better half manning the base, but... She sighs again, frowning. Monty must not be taking this too great.
Right.
I do hope you're quite gentle with him with any questions we have.
Oh, sure.
I prefer to handle the majority of them myself, after all, if it would put him at ease.
Right. Well, hopefully he'll be able to answer our gentle questions. After all, you have to be mighty tired, considering that the whole incident couldn't have started more than 2 hours ago. And you would have been racing back to the lab, and then you would have heard about the Ripper thing and been raced over to where we were.
Piper smiles at you, keeping your gaze, hunching down a little bit. Oh, worried about little old me. I wouldn't worry about that. After all, the hours researchers like us run on, killer. Some days I don't sleep.
Well, forgive me for saying this, but standing at a desk for hours is one thing. Sprinting all over the city doesn't seem like something you'd normally be doing.
Well, as I've elucidated today, it's not exactly like I don't do plenty of field research myself. Don't capture those Grimm by themselves, right?
Guess
I'm
never
not exactly
figured that.
about to send Monty out there. Oh, poor dear's frightened of weaponry.
Right. Yeah, guess I never figured that out before.
Well, we appreciated your help. It certainly kept me in the lab.
Vernon is still figuring that this timetable doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Of like, okay, the Grimm stuff started. Assuming she was out in the city at that time, she would have wanted to get back to the lab.
Yeah.
Which means that by the time we found out the Ripper was Romeo, she should have been nowhere near close enough to show up when she did.
Yeah.
Unless she was literally jumping from rooftop to rooftop
Yeah.
to get to where we were.
Oh, yeah.
And considering how long the walk through the tunnels is back to the lab, it's just very strange that she got there as fast as she did.
Yeah.
That's what he's thinking.
Unless this woman blitzes down here.
Yeah.
Piper, what's your running speed on average? Piper, what's your... How fast do you run a mile?
Yeah, what he's thinking is that it seemed like she would have been heading towards us before she should have been. Or she is very fast.
Yeah. Both unsettling for new, different fun reasons.
Yes.
Anyone else in the meantime?
No, I'm good.
Sorry, I said that almost like Piper.
That's okay.
No, I
Keep the
think
voice
I'm-
going.
I'll have to let it go. Let's keep it.
Are we sure this is faster?
With the
We've been down
traffic
there for
right
two-
How'd your puppets
Piper,
beat us?
We've been
with the
down here for
traffic
2
right
hours.
now, killer. 100 puppets beat us. Because they run in a full-blown sprint, jumping rooftop to rooftop, while we're walking.
That's why I was humming, you idiots. I have to hum or they don't, so they slow down.
How'd you figure it out?
Could
Ralph?
have been sprinting.
We could have gone a car. The Red Fang had a car in here.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, the Piper Mobile.
Yes, I had to get rid of that. I can't control it very well.
My clown car. It's too funny. I can't use it often.
It's too funny.
It's a big puppet, you see.
It's a big.
It's tied to my motif. I'm really sorry. It's a
big
problem.
poopit.
Oh, I just imagined it being the cart titan instead of a car.
Yeah, exactly.
God damn it, Piper.
I'm funny. That's my thing. That's
You're
my funny
really
voice.
not.
I thought being
Oh,
I thought being part of the company.
She pulls out her fake tears. That's not the song.
Yeah, rocks are falling.
That's not the song.
A big boulder
A
falls
big
apart.
boulder falls.
But she only takes 2 damage.
That's the song. This one's quiet.
I know that song.
Okay, well, it's been an hour, and I've clearly led you away from the lab. I don't know why you didn't question this. Listen, I'm gonna have to kill you now for some reason. Not gonna disclose it.
I'm gonna assume you know more than you do. We actually didn't know any of that. Fuck.
Oh, well, better safe than sorry.
Sorry.
Man,
Looks like I'll have to trap you like rats.
Why did you guys
Get
leave
it? Sorry.
Why'd you guys leave this Acme bomb here? Does it seem kind
You're
of
walking along and Piper screams, "Ah!" And you look down, she's fallen in a big mousetrap. Help me!
Felix trapped in a mousetrap. Felix, help me!
Come on, Felix, help me! There's no! It's a deer trap.
I thought you were gonna go. We're walking along, and Piper turns a corner and heads down a tunnel, and we go to follow her, but we all smack into the wall. It turns out it's painted on.
Motherfucker!
That's my actual semblance.
Looks like you've met my real partner.
Felix, the semblance is so cool.
Did it?
So that's where that door led to.
Is there intent to becoming just the Acme figures?
Holy shit! It was like this whole time.
What's this whole time?
No way! We were so
Yeah.
close.
So you will actually just like reemerge
Use
up
it.
some stairs and things into the walls that you recognize as a facility, and will be quickly led out after a couple flights of stairs and a few hallways to a familiar entranceway to the lab. She will let herself in,
I was wondering why that door was locked.
and you will come in.
Ben, or you made the
bad joke.
joke.
Montgomery Merlot is at his desk. He's just leaned over in his chair, head in his hands at his desk. It just looks completely still and unresponsive. As Piper makes a worried hum, and she quickly hops over and puts a hand on his shoulder, and he starts, and you see he looks fucking haggard. Like he looks like he hasn't been sleeping. And he looks fucking mortified. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear any of you come in. As they said something quickly to each other, and he kind of wheels himself forward and sighs as he starts trying to fix his tie, which isn't on. He just is fumbling with it.
It's fine. He looked like he just got out of prison. That's a very...
Piper is like moving over to start cleaning up his desk and looks over his shoulder at you and glares at you and now shut the fuck up.
Viridian isn't gonna smack the back of Clara's head, but he is gonna like flick her in the back of it. And when she looks back at him, it's just going to shake his head at her.
Thank you, Dad.
Really?
As Monty stumbles forward, Piper looks like she wants to like grab him to sit down as he stumbles a little bit. Thank you for securing the breach. It could have been so much worse. Both teams of Grail in the field and Iris have reported their sections that they were assisting, and the military police. There's no more Grimm in the city. It's been stopped for now, but it could have been a lot worse. It was already worse. As he sits back down in his chair, as he looks like the wind just peters out of him.
Yeah, it certainly weren't good.
29 people are dead. There's over 300 injured reported right now, but there could be more. Monty, it's fine for now. I wouldn't call any of this fine. Are you all right, by the way?
Yeah, seems like it.
Couple scrapes, but we've been through worse.
Exhausted and have our aura pretty low, but nothing too bad.
He bits his lip. I'd hate to see what was worse than this. It seemed pretty horrific, but I'm glad to know you're still... Well, I'm really glad this happened while you were all still here. I don't... Sorry. Yeah, give me a minute.
Yeah. Would have been a lot worse if you had to explain this to a bunch of real huntsmen who just arrived.
I was more worried about any time when there wouldn't be any huntsmen here to prevent what happened from getting worse.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Because it's been a while, and I wasn't here for the majority of the interactions with this guy.
That's fair.
He seems pretty emotional. Was he ever normally emotional about things?
Yeah. So let me describe Merlot from my point of view as a player.
Sure.
He's always seemed pretty like nice and like emotional, but not like unstable. Just like a depressive kind of guy, but like, you know, just kind of autistic, I guess, but like in a good way.
Sure.
Oh my god.
Anyone else want to give their opinion?
Can I get a little bit?
How about your? How about Ben's player view of Merlot?
I would
You can
say
also read his trivia
Merlot,
page.
from my perspective, is basically... I think he believes what he's saying. He believes in his cause. But I do think he's being easily controlled by someone else. I think he's yeah, depressive is a good way to put it. I wouldn't say necessarily autistic. I get what he meant, but yeah, depressive, easily controlled, believes in what he's doing, but now he's realizing that 29 people died, so he's very sad because 29 people died.
I would say, from my perspective, that Merlo is very idealistic, and when the world fails to hold up to what he thinks it should be, he takes it very hard.
Yeah. After all, his Richard's got, that's a good way to say it, because like I think the most like outside of personabilities thing, the like public or
the only time I can remember it like being a failure of his like worldview before is that like when there was trouble with Grail and people looking into like messing around and making things hard for them, and he was depressed about that, but he couldn't be doing more what he wanted.
Yeah, Merlo's a guy whose family was the main like famous weapon manufacturer, big thing that built the Glen, and Merlot's taken all his inheritance as like a noble house family with that, and shut down like most of the weapons manufacturing and put into his own research and things like that. So he's basically like completely shit on his own family legacy to try and do what he thinks is helpful, is how he's described it before, of like what he's doing. Yeah, I'd say the sort of weird, apathetic, kind of awkward feeling is correct on the like why Blake says he kind of seems like autistic. He's kind of like, he's the guy who goes, yeah, and then kind of nervously plays with the hem of his jacket. He gets like excitable when talking about his own things, but his awkwards besides that, and always seems tired because he seems to always be at the fucking lab working. That's generally the feeling. This is like not necessarily the most. This is probably the most emotion because he looks emotionally devastated, but it's not exactly. It's not out of character for him to seem genuinely like actually horrified at what happened here. Unlike Piper, who goes, who seems to handle herself with a level of ambivalence and competency that can be unsettling.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Piper is cleaning things up around and just gesturing towards him to sit back down as he'll finally slump back down in his chair. As she'll get him some more water and things.
Thanks. Sorry.
I'm up to date on what's happened with the Romeo fellow and everything, and I'm aware of things. I imagine you also have some questions about. Sighs again and looks down, frustrated. Montgomery, as Al speaks up, perhaps it would be best for now for you to collect yourself. He kind of looks a little frustrated towards the computer where Al's speaking out of.
I don't really think I'm owed much time to collect myself. We have to be working very hard right now, and I'm sure the governor will be doing his best for our sake. Now's the best time for us to be making sure we can do something to help the city.
My biggest concern is just making sure we can minimize any future risk from the Grimm and the tunnels.
Our security needs to be completely revised. Even if this was an outside force, he says, kind of cutting Piper off for a second, that we shouldn't have been expecting. It's still a security concern in and of itself. There's no point in not reinforcing them more. Well, Enoch's going to have a field day when you come asking for more money for the security.
Yeah, I think we'll have a pretty good case for it now. These people died because of us.
No, they died because of the Red Fang. And the Grimm. There's no point in holding yourself accountable for all of this, Monty. It's only going to make you worse at doing what you're good at here.
I don't know if I can really believe that right now, but I appreciate it.
I think a bit of accountability is in order.
More than a bit. God has helped me.
No.
Gwen is visibly annoyed every time Piper is just letting it slide off. That has nothing to do with her.
Piper just sighs. We'll be able to deal with these security measures in the future. For now, we have to make sure that the Red Fang don't continue any retaliatory actions in the future. They're an unstable element, and we'll have to make sure they're flushed out of any of their possible bases within the tunnel system. If they were already there and able to navigate it so helpfully, they've probably spent their time studying it. And if they're familiar with some of the locations and the caches, either someone's been speaking to them when he shouldn't have been, or they've spent enough time snooping around the place that they have a very intricate idea of the tunnel systems themselves. We might need to figure out a way to get some of the local constables involved in this, but doing that without the military police involved will be the main problem now. Perhaps we can ask our local huntsman for the help.
I'm considering telling them what we know, because I feel like Gwen would want the Red Fang to not fuck things up further. But I know that might be a bit
Meridian
contentious.
wants to hear what they say to something he's about to suggest first.
Okay.
Sure.
And he'll go, yeah, gotta deal with the Red Fang. Got another equally pressing issue. You got a bunch of Grimm holed up in at least 2 other facilities near the city, Papa says. These people ain't just gonna forget this assault.
No.
We need to be able to go in with Iris and clear those things out.
We're flushing the systems right now of the coast of the ones that haven't been breached. Our security systems are pretty robust, and we have execution commands for the security. Grimm don't drown necessarily, but flooding the facilities and electrocuting them has been a way we've been able to clear them out completely in the past, even on agitated Grimm. They should be already cleared out by now, if not within the hour.
Well, that's good.
We wouldn't want to have to even let you risk any sort of harm to yourselves dealing with caged Grimm. After all, it would be pointless risk.
Well, you worry about the civilians. We're huntsmen. We're on standby until this whole crisis is over.
Still, your lives are put in danger because of our negligence, along with the civilians. Doesn't matter if you volunteered or not. Yes, but they are fine. And besides the initial casualty report, we have enough of a good medical staff within the many hospitals in the city that those 300 injured shouldn't go into worse condition, considering the teams were able to go in immediately. How many deaths will go unreported that were in the Red Fang, though? It's their own fault, Monty. Still, doesn't make it sound better.
Yeah. The problem really is the fact that the Red Fang is hanging around, and that these tunnel systems are huge, and you have facilities all over the place.
Yeah.
I doubt you want to flush all of them, considering how important your research is, but...
It might be necessary. Monty!
And Meridian will nod and go, considering the fact that they go straight here, if even one as far away as the one we helped you fill up a few days ago breaches, and they start beelining it, how long is it going to take them to get here? 2 hours? An hour?
Governor McDonald's not going to be able to cover for us entirely, also. I don't want people at the facility here to take any responsibility in case what we've been doing gets out anyway. We have to think of our employees along with the security.
I agree. I think flushing them's the best thing to do.
Right. Well, you didn't have to corral all of them. It's not like the outer facilities would even have agitated Grimm.
Well, trust me, won't break my heart to flush the Lycos a day we captured. I'd rather it not be in the city.
That one is miles away, and we'd never put a Lycos a day that close to the city. They're highly too dangerous. That's one of the first ones we've ever had in captivity, after all. We've left it to a facility that's empty so we can study it properly.
Well, the Red Fang is looking into these bunkers because they think that there's weapons in there that'll help them even up the fight with the Baelish police.
This was a bad idea.
Those people are already agitated. Are the Grimm gonna be subdued if they're hanging around, busting into their prison?
I told Enoch that it would be a bad idea to leverage the possibility of the ammunitions. Truth be told, there's none.
That's good, but they think there's some.
That's the problem. And they said they opened one and found some, so I don't know what Enoch's cut a deal with or who's lying to who in this scenario, but if they think there's more, all they'll find is empty facilities or at worst the secure ones. Right now, we've doubled whatever we can on the cameras and things, so we're able to secure when they're going in locations. More doors going up should be enough for them. Though, people will notice now that the power's being diverted. If that gets back around, we'll probably have more military police knocking here. Goddess.
Hold on. I'm trying to think of something that I want to say.
Sure.
Okay.
In the meantime, Piper will just look over him. Monty, you're just spiraling right now. You need to focus your breathing. You've got a helpful mind and you can handle things well enough. You should just give yourself some room to breathe so it can be a little clearer right now. Panicking is never going to help.
I didn't. Yeah. I didn't miss that. He did just say Enoch about leveraging the weapons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's Piper
That's
trying
good.
to calm him down and get him to stop yapping.
Okay, I think I thought of it.
Okay.
There you go.
So
Round
Claire,
4.
Claire will just step up very slightly, not like getting too close to him.
Yeah. Because he jumps.
Yeah.
Died.
I completely agree with Dr. Hamlin. I know it's hard as an understatement on how it might feel to feel responsible for anything like this. That's something we've already had to tackle with quite a few times. One time, even recently, was as she's thinking back to what's the name of the place in
Delatodos?
yeah, Delatodos. As Claire will just try and collect herself more. But you can definitely still do a lot of good to minimize the situation and make sure nothing like this happens again. That's something only you can do, Dr. Merlot, is the one that runs this whole place, along with Dr. Hamlin.
That's
So,
it, Puppet.
even if you feel terrible about yourself, that doesn't change the fact that we still have good that we can all do. And I hope you realize that even the fact that you feel like you failed means, it means you clearly care about, what should be cared about. So, please, Dr. Merlot, don't blame yourself too hard. I know you didn't mind. I know you didn't mean for this to happen, and I know you can take the right steps after it.
Well, he's like kind of hunched down looking up at you and sighs as you finish and looks down like he's considering it as Al's voice chirps in. You should listen to Clara May, Montgomery. There's a reason she's their team leader, after all. In this situation, we still have to focus on the immediate response and how we can preserve the continuing research so this can be avoided in the future. Right. More helpful, less downtrodden, all right? She tilts his chin up and gives him a little reassuring smile. I'll try. Thanks, Clara May.
That's no problem, Dr. Merlot. Trust me. I've needed more than a couple attacks like that to get me to this point.
But still. He sighs. All right. But I can't take that sort of way out of things if I'm not a little clear. This definitely was due to our negligence. But as he pauses again, I can't really do this. It's killing me. As Piper tenses up for a second. Dealing with all of these politics between the governor and Enoch. Talking like this past each other. It's not what I'm built for. As he gets out of his chair, as he looks really serious. Would you four follow me? Monty?
Yeah?
Okay.
As he clenches his fist at his
Suppose.
side. I need to show you what we're actually researching here, in full. Monty. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Dr. Merlot. They could better be using their time, after all. No, I can't function like this. As he kind of sighs again as he looks really serious. It's not right for anyone involved. And they've already seen enough that they should be suspicious enough to think we're only going to make the situation worse. I'd rather be honest about everything, after all. Monty, Piper, I need to do this. As he stares her down, and Piper bites her lower lip, and looks like she really wants to argue as her eyes dart between the two groups and folds her arms on her chest, over her chest. Some supernova. Any thoughts, or should I just keep going?
Clara was, Claire's immediately just, like, kind of surprised, being like, I just told him to man up, and he said, okay, I'm gonna show you my secret lab. And she's concerned, because Dr. Hamlin's obviously hesitant, but he's resolute, and it's not... They're, like, never at odds, so it's very awkward, like your parents are fighting. Your
Well
parents who
said,
get
well
along
said.
and aren't divorced, I mean.
Yeah.
Gwen's definitely eyebrows raised, intrigued, because it seems pretty obvious they've been not being forthright with everything.
Yeah, they've been dodging.
So she's
things.
like, all right, well let's fucking hear it. She's not gonna say anything because he seems pretty dead set on it.
Yeah.
She would probably say something if Piper somehow started convincing him.
Yeah.
Because the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah.
Right.
Piper will just hold her forehead and sigh. Fine, alright. I suppose it is your position as the CEO, after all. Piper, I'm just... a little bit of levity in the situation. I'll trust your judgment, Montgomery. It's not like, well... I doubt any of you don't understand the gravity of the situation, but... She just shakes her head. Come along. As she'll start walking, as Monty will have also been following, as he'll gesture for you all to come along. Actually, yeah, it would probably be a back road security system over here. So, can walk in this door that opens upon... As Alpha will pause and hum a little bit, as you'll hear the computer. Well then, I'll prepare the facility. As you can all step in and start going down some hallways that'll end in an elevator that you will all be ushered into. Last chance to say, fuck no.
How would...
Stop the elevator!
I'm not getting in one of these things!
Felix, how are you going to convince us to walk away now? Look at this!
No, he's making us go in the Undertale elevator.
Why didn't you try and make us leave earlier? Why did you have to
Oh.
wait till now?
Oh hell no, not the Undertale elevator.
Wait.
No,
Not the
we
Undertale
go to the-
labs.
Oh hell no, we go to the core.
I was
Oh,
okay with
hell no.
everything,
I love
but
Hotland!
These are our human Grimm amalgamations. Okay, I'm gonna kill you, right? You thought I wouldn't? This is awful.
But it's like having another soldier in the field.
no! It's the next.
Hate you.
It's the
Die.
next stage
Felix,
of human life.
This is not
Evolution.
like Christmas.
Felix, this isn't Christmas at all.
Felix, watch out! They're trying to take your picture. It's gonna
Wait.
steal your soul.
You guys are combining humans and Grimm? Damn, wasn't expecting that.
Fuck you.
I don't know if this map looks completely fucked up or not, but
No,
I see a white cross.
where?
Dude, my roll 20 is so
No,
fun.
the map is
Oh,
a white
right,
cross.
Alright. As you'll be led deep. This elevator goes for like think like 5 minutes.
Holy
like
shit!
5 feet.
Merlot speaks
About
up
halfway
after
down,
a
Gwen's
couple
like, "Shit."
after a couple minutes. I mean, you guys
going
might
to
have
the
been
bathroom.
quiet or not. I don't know, but he'll speak up. This level of depth is normally where we keep the security for the facilities closer to the city. The one that was breached today was about halfway down, but still led to some erratic escape of the Grimm because of our security system not being ready to fully divert power. The facility used to be built for its power grid, but now with the inclusion of the city, though it has some of its own generators, facilities, fully operating the function of what Mountain Glen used to be as a factory would be impossible to keep with the current power to the city. We are saying it's some regular blackouts now for keeping the security system on fully. Though if anything escalates, drawing more grid from outer power grids will obviously cause some concern with the neighboring provinces. It's why the governor's been concerned about this sort of thing especially. Sorry if that
Gwen, what
seems
did he say?
inefficient. Wait, what the fuck does that mean? Liam, you're muted. Liam got jumped!
Oh, sorry.
No!
No, what did he say? I was listening. I didn't get it.
He was explaining why the security system wasn't powered immediately to stop the breach despite being so far down, and then was explaining that the reason they don't have it fully functional is they need power that would be drawn from outside the provinces or outer provinces, and they'd be basically diverting power from other places and buying it and saying, hey, we need a lot of power, and that would raise questions outside of the Glen from people who pay attention and want to undermine it. So the governor is concerned about that.
Yeah. I just want to say that I love that I heard the explanation and
Yeah.
understood it, but my character
Liam
had
did
to
it.
ask
Yeah,
when
and Liam
who would have
didn't.
understood it, and his player didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should swap.
No.
Holy
No.
fuck!
No, I don't play horse.
Yeah, you can never play Gwen.
Never mind.
Yeah, you fucking better not fucking say anything like I'll beat you to death.
What the fuck is this guy on?
As you will.
It wasn't built for the city in mind, Viridian, and it was gonna. People would take notice because it'd draw away from the other cities nearby.
Oh.
Yeah. All right.
Well, that sounds incriminating.
As Merlo, as you'll be continuing your way down the elevator system, as you will step out finally at this lower security level, missing the normal regular infrastructure of like the funny green panels and things like the upper facility. It's mostly utilitarian down here. As he will lead you all forward.
How deep is that?
We're pretty far down. This is the level that Mr. Pizzola and Berkowitz are kept at, by the way. We have some facilities to house them here.
Yes, we need to speak on that after you show us whatever this is.
Yeah, of course. I'll, at your leisure. I'm not about to keep anything, away from you all now, currently. Sorry. A lot of this is practical for dealing with the business sides of things, but on a personal level, it feels very frustrating to have to talk around subjects. It's not something I would keep if I didn't feel responsible for things. Sighs and looks tired still and hangs his head a bit. This is why I don't do much speaking for our company outside of things.
I suppose it's nice we've finally earned your trust then.
I really appreciated all your work before this, and I felt like I had it, or I felt like I should have given it much quicker. Sorry. It's never anything about you.
No, it's fine, Dr. Merlot. It's just,
Yes, Monty. She pats him on the shoulder. I believe they get it. Might have been a bit of a joke. Right, but I don't like joking about these sorts of things. Keeps walking with it. As he will enter the this door, which will take a second as they'll do some facial scan and a handprint and the signature. You'll be let into a very large underground building as the temperature noticeably drops a bit as you enter it. Let me
Get a review.
I know, I'm forgetting where it is. Fog 4.
trust me, I
that's-
struggle with this too.
Oh no.
Turn order.
Third order shouldn't have come on.
No.
Oh god, no, it's different with
This is the
Warp
fight you
Gate.
do in
Okay,
Oh,
this
it
works.
is? Oh,
Okay,
God.
this works. Okay.
Ah, it's the core.
So you'll come into a facility as there's a distinct humming sound as there's a light layer of like misty fog in the room as it's quite chilly in this room. All of these devices kind of look similar to the one you saw upstairs. That was the Jello machine that was then turned functioning. As they have light sorts of greenish liquids pulsing through these cores and electronic noises kind of pumping through them as there's wires scrambled on the floor, all kind of messily, like a bunch of cords leading to this main center, like cylindrical big device in the middle of the room, and with this, these interfaces and things in front of it. The room is rather dim besides that, and the lighting is pretty low in here, mostly lit up by some of these lights. As Monty will shiver a bit as he steps up here and turns, as Piper will come aside him. This is the, actually, it might be a bit simpler. Kind of mumbles for himself for a second, sighs. Do you have the black box on you?
They know, guys.
They're
Our
knowers.
very obvious ruse is lying. They know.
You're not gonna believe this, but we
Guys, you
actually
just turned
left
off
it in
your phones? You think that works?
We left it in the bag upstairs. Sorry. Gotta go up the elevator again.
I don't actually know if you guys have it on you. He's asking. I don't know. I
We
think
don't. We specifically
I think
do not.
Yeah, I think you have it.
Do we not?
I think we just gave it to
I asked.
Viridian.
I actually meant to ask what we did.
No, we
with it
hit
after
it. We
Piper
100
gave it to us.
Viridian hit it.
We gave it to Viridian
After-
and said
Oh, yeah,
hide it.
Viridian
Hit it
would have
where?
the
After
last
Piper
say.
gave it to him.
Viridian hid that shit.
Yeah,
Where?
fair boots.
Wherever
Well, you're not gonna like the answer.
I don't know.
But shit, I guess it comes down to you. Does
I
he have
think
it
we
in his
got-
big bag? Do you
I
have
hit,
a pocket?
I hit it
I
on
would-
my person.
I would say that after he hit it the first time and Boots found it and tried to blackmail us with it, when he said, I'm gonna hide it the second time, he probably would have kept it on him.
It's under his
Perfect.
tongue.
That's
That's fair.
I would have
That's
never
That
guessed.
genuinely-
makes 100% sense to me.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
genuinely safer.
This is Boots' fault, by the way. Whatever happens now is
Yeah.
Boots' fault. Just keep
But
it.
anyway, back
Yeah.
to the actual thing. As he says that, I don't know if any of you are actually surprised if they know or not in character.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Viridian is surprised. Well, he's
In character, yeah.
surprised, but it's not shocking.
It's like a
Because after we were driving over and we realized that someone left a scroll on and Al
Yeah.
had been listening on the car ride, he was like, well, I mean, a lot of things are probably out of the bag now. So he's surprised, but he's not shocked.
kind of, Merlo plays with his hands awkwardly after the question. He looks a little sheepish about it.
Gwen kind of looks away, like, I don't know what this guy's talking about.
That's a
She
pretty
looks
big
towards the
ask,
team.
Mister. That's a pretty big ask, Dr. Merlo.
Right. Well, I said I wasn't going to exactly obfuscate much,
Uh,
if
uh,
necessary.
that's fair, I suppose. Viridian, where'd you hide it?
Yeah. Honestly, didn't think it was safe to hide it anywhere anymore after last time. Viridian says as he rifles through the dust bag he has on his hip
Yeah.
where he
It's
keeps
that thing's
his
never
spare ammo.
used.
Jostled in with fucking fire crystals next to it.
Hey, these
They're
are water
stable.
crystals.
That's a little scuffed. Just fucking wipe it down.
First of all, they're stable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second
How
of
dare
all,
you.
Shut up.
This is covered in water. This
Ah,
is soaking wet.
It's in
You
a bag.
packed it with your magnet
problem.
dust.
Oh, I thought it was a black
It's-
box.
It's in a bag I'd never
Yeah,
opened.
Rubik's Cube.
It's in a bag
white.
I'd never opened. The place where I keep my homework.
all right.
All right, no more
Very
comment.
funny. Yeah, he'll pull the small box out and go. So I've been keeping it on me. That was the safest place I could think of.
Smart. Piper raised her eyebrow a bit. Smart and rather bold.
Well, I figure if y'all wanted to find it, or anyone else wanted to find it, it would be mighty telling if you were all gonna start attacking me for it. Since that didn't happen, it all worked out.
So what is it?
Thank you for retrieving the previous one, despite how difficulties attached to it.
Yeah. All right,
It
if you want
got
to
back
show
to-
us something, that's
it got-
cool. But one question first:
As many questions as you want.
when did you know we had it and were hiding it from you?
Oh, well, with the description of the encounter you had with the Lycos Today, it's not exactly hard to have guessed it was there. After all, that was the last known location for Ata's, well, before it was taken by those things. It was just
Alright.
an assumption until then, and then later it was found due to Al's communications.
Alright. I ain't gonna explain why we was hiding this, aside from saying last time we mangled with one of those, Lucis, RV, we were told pretty earnestly to get the head back to our academy. Get the brain
right.
back.
Oh, I don't know why you'd keep something so suspicious hidden after all. No reason. Yeah, it's not exactly I'm not offended. I don't think anyone would be.
Alright, good. I guess Viridian will come up and hand it to you and go,
Thanks.
I'll just be keeping a close eye on what you do with it. That's all.
These need to be defragmented, especially from Lucis. It's, it was a very useful benefit to be able to give them their proper name, incidentally. When our facility was asked to investigate these, I felt a little guilty, but at least now everyone uses the correct nomenclature for the Lucis. Yes, this will be needed to be defragmented for what's within it. Right, the Lucis. That's mainly what we're looking at here. The facility here is where the black boxes are. You've seen a couple of them now, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Right. The Lucis. They're my and Piper's attempt to combat the Grimm in their entirety. Grimm research, as you all know, is highly lacking in what we could have, considering the time we've spent on Remnant, surviving and living with them. Even as scientists advance their studies in different researches like abacology, virology, and things, the research into Grimm's always been heavily stigmatized. And that's the main reason it's failed, I believe. Despite it having numerous practical limitations due to the capture being difficult and study even more so, I'm not the first individual to be born, obviously, with a semblance that might help it. I don't remember if I've mentioned it. I radiate a sort of apathy towards negativity and things. It affects me a little bit, but it also has made me quite, Grimm are quite docile to me. Especially if I'm truly focusing. Normally. It's tiring. It's a quite lucky thing to have, especially with what I became interested in later in life. Either way, that's here nor there. My main point was, as he clutches the black box, the Lucis themselves are a antivirus of sorts towards the Grimm. In effect, what we've managed to do, combining with our fields of research, and some we've used from other researchers in the facility. All of them mostly unaware of why they've been studying these topics for other things, like medical research and things. We've put them all together to form our basis for the Lucis. You've killed Delta, correct? The one by...
Which is pose.
Right, yes. Delta. You've seen some of the viscera, I imagine. The aberrant bodies it had, such as the brain.
Yeah.
Synthetic. He pauses, though highly similar to the structure of what our brains are. I don't know if you're at all familiar with orology and biology's deeper topics, but the function of our brains is connected not necessarily just to a synthetic sort of, or not sort of a biological electrical response system, but aura as well. Thus, the idea of having a consciousness and a brain, the soul and everything, is anathema to what a Grimm possess. They don't have anything that comes close to that, and can't. It's completely foreign to them, and having aura, any sort of it injected into them or forcefully held next to them, we've discovered from past historical investigations, would be detritus to not just the individual, but the Grimm itself. It's like the two would harm each other over time. No one benefits from it. But we've spent a considerable amount of time, he looks at Piper, researching the brain and its structure, and recreating one that could function on predictive learning algorithms without aura. Something that theoretically, well, no longer theoretically, could be inserted and control a Grimm as a sort of learning device. As if we couldn't understand each other, like we can't understand with Grimm right now. These serve as a conversion method of sorts. A way that we could implement ideas into a foreign body that rejects any sort of ideas we have. I had the hypothesis that because of their understanding of at least negative emotion, it wouldn't be impossible to confer basic logic to a Grimm. Some studies have been done, like them reacting sort of like animals, but nothing concrete until now. He pauses, waiting to see if anyone needs clarifications or catching up, and to kind of cough and drink some water as he's looking a bit nervous, but still keeping that determined look at his eyes. He's trying to explain things.
As a reminder,
I'm so sorry. I really needed to get up and run to the toilet. Can I just get like a spark notes of what he just explained?
I mean, from where do I need to start?
I got the part where he was talking about the Okay, I gave him the black box. He started talking about the Lucius being him and Piper's work. This is where it's decrypted, yada yada.
Yeah.
Just any big revelations that came out already.
Make a synthetic brain.
Synthetic brain.
Synthetic brain.
Brains in RWBY work off aura, so brains can't be in Grimm.
Right, talking about synthetic brains is where I had to run up.
It was basically him explaining the synthetic brain as a means of transmitting idea to a Grimm and actually affecting them.
Okay. Then I'm all good.
Yeah.
For me, the Lycosidaes we encountered in the past, have they ever killed people? Or
the Lucis, you mean? Lycosidae.
What did I say? Sorry, yes, Lucius. L words.
Have they killed anyone? Okay, so the ones you're aware of are Delta, the one that was with
Big Wolf, Lightning Wolf guy.
Lightning Wolf, who was, protective of what's her face?
What's her name?
Maribel.
But she liked him and said he was docile to her and wouldn't hurt her ever, and would attack Grimm and go out and hunt Grimm itself, but then was hostile enough to you guys when pressed. You know of a Goliath, one of the big elephants that was by out in Vacuo. I forget where. I think it was Crone's Bed, near Crone's Bed. You heard from Team Noir that they encountered it, and it apparently been similar to like how Delta had weird communicative methods. That one was like crying and sobbing and was like lashing out at anything that came near it.
That one's
And
It's just spamming numbers, I think.
no, that was
Oh,
the
that was the
one
other
in
one,
the
the
cutaway. Yeah, that was also fighting Grimm, but it was also that Paul and Hauser were hunting for some reason.
Yeah.
So the ones you're aware of, you know they at least attack Grimm, and of course Omicron, who's completely passive and if not defensive of people you've discovered. And I think that's all the living ones. Like you found Ada, which you described, but that one was dead. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we know that they attacked.
Sorry,
Grimm.
which one did we kill
you killed Delta.
Delta.
last?
Last?
Oh.
Oh, sorry. Which was the one that got like skinwalkered by the?
That was Ada.
Yeah.
That one was dead. Yeah, that one was just definitely 100% like dead and or like kind of affecting the Grimm it was attached to, but clearly like skinwalker, right? I mean, you could ask about that now. That's the one, the
Yeah.
black box you just handed over.
And there was that one. That was the Lycosidae, like that got skinwalkered by a Grimm, or that was like it failing to be the Grimm.
Its corpse had a Lycosidae in it,
Right.
but it did seem to activate at one point like some dust capabilities. You're aware that Delta and this Goliath were described to be very adept with a dust type, which isn't like unheard of with Grimm. Plenty of Grimm have that, but you know, it had its very complex construction of those metal wires and cages and things.
Right. So yeah, the only thing I can think of with the Lucius being violent to people is when the huntsmen have approached them. And so like when we went up to Delta and we're like, we want to take the girl. And when the Goliath one was approached by Noir, apparently something happened and Kid almost got got. Or
Yeah,
someone almost got got. I think it was Kid.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he'll, if you want to speak up now, or he'll just keep going. I was just, he and me were both just checking in. And
Okay, so you make this synthetic brain thing
yes,
somehow, and
for a
do
lot
what
of hard-
with it? Put
for
it in a
lot of
Grimm?
hard work. It sounds rather simple, but yes, as I'm sure you're all aware, Grimm do possess some sort of basic regenerative processes if left undamaged continually. They can heal themselves over time slowly, if not killed outright. Essentially, it's surgery on a stabilized Grimm. Implementation slowly of a spinal cord, of a synthetic spinal cord and brain. When fused properly, the Grimm itself, through their body, in a similar way to them adapting to dust, will slowly integrate and modify and mutate their body to... Fuck, what's it called when it's like a... When some... What do doctors call it when there's like
Symbiotic?
some... No, when there's like an object in a person. What do you call it when it's not supposed to be in there? Fuck, I forget. It's like alien or something. When a foreign object, I guess. I guess I'm just
Foreign
saying
object,
yeah.
yeah.
When foreign objects are integrated into Grimm, they will adapt themselves and integrate them naturally into their form. That's how many Grimm mutate and dust, and over time. The process is simple in concept, but the nuances weren't something we were aware of until we continued this line of research and found success in actually implementing these. Slowly, then, we were able to program the brains and actually implement ones with ideas into them. Or at least the abstracts of an idea. Each Lucis, since the first creation, became more and more refined with data we're able to retrieve from these black boxes. Some of the ones, like Delta, you've seen, have had complications come up within their own programming. Each one of the more complex line we've developed now, like Delta, we're given new parameters for actually interfacing with others. Means of communication. That's the main thing we've been focused on figuring out. After all, with Grimm, there's no way for us to understand them as we are. But with communication lines, it was something my father explained to me when I was very young, during his time in the war. One of Merlot Industries' largest manufacturing successes was not one of what it's most known for, but communication devices, and more specifically, devices they used during the war to intercept and commit technological espionage. He said the lines of communication were the beating heart of civilization and how we function. I disagreed exactly on the uses we could have in them or his war hawkish nature, but I think even he understood that it was beyond just simple combat. He was involved, along with some of the Mantlian Burgmeisters, creation of the relay towers we use today in the post-war world. Something about that always stuck with me, and I realized that was our main problem with Grimm as a civilization. We can't learn from them because there's no method of communication, which means our methods for dealing with them properly can no longer advance beyond the stage of simple brutality that we can inflict, which has never truly eliminated the risk of human death. No matter how sophisticated our weaponry and how sophisticated our defenses, it still puts everyone in the line of danger if they fail. There's no secrets we've gained from Grimm, no weaknesses, nothing like that, nothing we could abuse. The brains and the Lucis are the first time in history we've developed an antivirus to Grimm.
When you mean learn from them, you mean like learn from them so we can get rid of them, right?
Well, what else would we be learning? Grimm don't have any sort of culture or any sort of values. They're mindless, well, not mindless, they're vicious creatures that seek only to eradicate human and faunus kind. We can only learn how to deal with them better from them. But
you're not saying to reason with them.
No, at least I doubt it's entirely possible, but if it were, I would, but nothing's ever come from that line of logic. Except technically with the Lucis. Though they're not ones we can necessarily communicate with as Grimm, what they are now as Lucis is something that's not Grimm entirely. As you've seen from them, their bodies slowly have modified and changed over time with a white pigmentation and other new details to them. One of the most refined ones we have currently you've experienced is Omicron. His preset details were an advanced form of communication that we did not be able to replicate in any technology we have, but with the unique physmology of the Grimm. That telecommutative communication method. It's something of an equivocation of what Grimm can do with each other, especially the Alphas, in commanding them lesser Grimm. Now, it's able to understand human thought and replicate it. Thus, Omicron's entirely reasonable, if not simple nature himself. He's the least dangerous one of the most least dangerous Lucis we've seen.
Glenn pauses for a moment, thinking kind of like what he just said, because like, so like, fuck, I don't want to say this.
Yeah, take your time.
Because he like beams like images into your head and stuff. Right?
Yeah, he uses images you have to rephrase things you say. So like when he talks to you, he uses like cuts of dialogue or someone saying something that you remember in your life to re-say it, kind of like a magazine like cut out word letters for a note. So like he said, like my name Omicron is like an amalgamation of people you've heard saying it,
Right.
clicking together through different cuts.
Gotcha.
He's pretty root in what he can say, and like if he needs a bigger concept of like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm saving people. So he shot you an image of you guys as huntsmen, or like huntsmen you've seen saving people, to communicate that. Like he's clearly not able to talk very well, but that's how he communicates. He can understand it at least.
Gotcha.
All of their. Oh, sorry. Did you want to keep saying something, or are you good if you keep stopping? You can cut it. You can take your time. It's fine. I just forgot.
Nah, go ahead.
All of the methods are either abstract or, well, strange in the initial run, but we've been narrowing them down and getting more and more intricate and closer to simplistic but transferable human contact. They don't have anything that comes close to aura. Nothing. Their bodies would collapse under that and slowly erode at the foreign entity, or just, well, eject it. We've tried sort of things like that in the past with some of Piper's aura-infused puppets. Yeah, it didn't exactly go well. Most of them were either destroyed by hostile forces within the Grimm's body, like acidic blood or things that they would form in response to the intrusion, or simply ejected from them or die. Right. And not that that would help. It's not exactly like, I suppose animals maybe, but that didn't have any success I've heard in the past of what we've recovered from some research. And I'm not very hopeful in it. Either way, these black boxes have been in all of the Lucis. We've used them to take field research in attacking Grimm and experiencing what we've programmed in each of them. Concepts have changed between all of them. They weren't given the same ideas, but some of them were given explorative ones, like emotions and things, replicated to the best we can figure out how the brain would receive them in a human. Delta's odd behavior was, I believe, because of his protective paternal instincts he was instilled within. Trying to see how the Grimm would come and understand that in its body. And if that would allow us to communicate something helpful to it, to control its actions. Technically it did, though it had some side effects, such as any hostility towards any getting in the way of its fixation. It developed something closer towards a love rather than a paternal protective instinct.
Definitely would explain why it was so, unwilling to back down from the situation. Please don't tell me you tried to make one of these using a negative emotion.
There's no need. After all, Grimm are made up of negative emotions themselves. Though some results were in inducing one with a negative emotion accidentally. Early on, our concepts, we realized we had to scale back very quickly. Most of the Lucis we were able to dispatch, thankfully, to Piper, but some, like I believe you've encountered with Delta, or others that Huntsmen have reported and returned, and eventually made it back into our hands, were clearly unhelpful. Though getting those results in these black boxes, defragmenting them and figuring out that has helped us refine it. Every Lucis that goes out into the world and gathers experience has brought us a step closer towards one that is completely stable.
How many have you sent out?
Well, we currently should have about 18 in the field right now, somewhere across the Sanus region. But over time, about 200.
Claire's eyes will bulge. She did not think it was that high.
He means eventually 200?
No, he's had 200 over time.
Oh.
Yeah.
God.
Holy shit.
I'll have you know, we kept ourselves very good for a long time at keeping this under wraps. It's only as the experiments grew further that Huntsmen started to find them, and with the larger ones that were able, or not large, but with the more complex ones that we needed more field time with and couldn't babysit the entire time. It's not as if we were intending to be so ridiculously flagrant with just dumping them in the outside world. But after all, the Lucis themselves have one overriding program within all of them. A hostility towards Grimm, and none of them have failed to follow on that. Even if they would sometimes turn into, well, entirely hostile creatures, they would spend most of their days hunting the Grimm before they were worn down and destroyed. Eta, the one you found at the Lycosidae nest, was one that was running quite stably, but still, as you could see, it had no self-respect for its own body, and allowed itself to slowly wither and die under time at the Lycosidae.
So are you doing something to make them freakishly strong compared to typical Grimm? Or is that just a side effect?
a beneficiary side effect from having more intricate programming and the ability to modify their body. After all, using dust within the dust is used in the creation of these synthetic brain and spinal cords, and we develop more intricate systems along with them. And essentially, the Grimm are brought to a higher elevation of intelligence by having these within them. Thus, are able to make better capabilities of the Grimm's natural physmology. Most Grimm are rather stupid, as I'm sure you're aware. The older ones are the ones that gain intelligence, and the most dangerous. These, essentially, are skipping stages of age and reaching a higher level of intelligence instantly. Though, still, they come with their quirks. The idea would be our Lucis, when fully created, would be superior to any Grimm by themselves, and could thus easily dispatch Grimm. They're the white blood cells we want to build. These brains and things, I call them the corneus. It's a ridiculous term. It's about the transmission of, well, the goddess's light through other objects and things. It's a bit of a silly name, but the concept was enough for me to understand the problem with why we had no success in the past with coming at Grimm at a different means of dealing with them. The idea was never feasible until now to turn Grimm upon themselves, but it's possibly a way to stop humanity's threat against them.
How do you think everyone else would react to this?
Horribly.
Horribly. Why do you think we have to be so close off about this sort of things? Higher minds can understand these sorts of topics, but average person, it's not exactly an easy sell, especially because we have only technically had more and more, well, trade show cars we'd want to show off, like Omicron recently. It's not exactly like I haven't tried to confer with people about this. Obviously, the governor knows all about this, and a lot of my early research was me saying I wanted to indulge in something like this, so plenty of people I've studied under, like Headmaster Osiris, would be aware of this, probably. I doubt he was confused exactly about those black boxes being in circulation. We ended up back here, after all.
But you're
One way or
basically
another.
making Super Grimm and just hoping it works out for the best. I don't know how I
That's-
feel about it.
That's a bit of a reduction. Sorry. I understand the concern. You've had to fight them.
Yes, from well, we've seen essentially one good case.
And
I
isn't that enough to see that this is a viable means? I don't mean to sound overly preachy, but even one is more than we could have ever dreamed of just a decade ago. No one would think of this sort of thing. Research, I wouldn't want to endanger anyone's lives, not especially like today. We need to change how we do things at this facility, definitely, but think about a world where we don't have to have huntsmen, where you don't have to endanger yourselves, where people don't die to these things. Grimm have always been our weakness. And the worst part about all of them is people's inability to look at the problem honestly. We can't stop ourselves from attracting them. And if we can't face that and try and think of a means of better than just sending bodies at them, it'll never be solved. I truly think we can find a world where Grimm can be superseded. Sorry. He sighs and kind of leans
No,
up against the dashboard a bit.
It's alright, just, it's a lot to take in, you know?
Piper gives him a side eye and he nods. Well, there's a bit more, then.
Oh.
I have to be honest, there's at least one more feature of that I've hid from all of you. But I think you'll understand a bit more. He pauses as he's thinking about this. I wouldn't have such confidence if we didn't have a good example of how this will work. After all, our research has made progress that I didn't think possible within our time frame. And we have results that speak for themselves, even if... He'll turn on the dashboard and start clicking for a little bit. as some of the tubes will start to hum a little bit, and you'll see some more air, pressurized air, release in the room. As some some of the more cold air around like your feet and stuff kind of pick up as you see it's pluming from the central device. As it raises up, you realize that it's kind of like a steel chamber covering a large floating vat of that green liquid in the center. As you see a dark sort of figure slowly make its way out as the vat kind of, it's like kind of cold and frozen over, so it's fogged up. As it starts to defog, you see a floating figure. In this chamber is a sort of the upper half torso of like a mauled-looking Beowulf. It's got like one arm, but the rest is like mauled off completely, and kind of slowly drips out like a bit of red, sort of Grimm blood that just kind of disapparates it after it falls off instantly or slowly over like a few seconds. You can see over it, or coming down from it, is like one of the cybernetic like spines hanging down. It's like lowest feature, and its head and skull. Where the bone normally is, half of it is just kind of opened up, and you can see like a mechanical like recreation of the bone, and further through it some transparent like some transparent like glass like substance. You can see the brain behind it kind of protruding over like this dead looking fur. As floating in the tank is this Beowulf, just kind of apathetically staring forward at all of you, and it'll kind of very vaguely move its jaw like it's speaking, as it'll go, "Hello, Team Supernova."
Is it in that familiar cadence?
Yes, as Montgomery kind of sighs. "I suppose I owe an... No, I will properly introduce myself.
And Claire
My
will
name
just
is
fall
Al.
back.
My name is Al. Alpha. It's a pleasure to meet people, I suppose." Piper rolls her eyes a little bit and huffs, and Montgomery looks very awkward as he sits to the side. "I explained before how the transmission of the cybernetic brain is facilitated by learning algorithms, right? Al is the culmination of what they can do. There's no complex AI that could respond in the way Al does. What we've done is hundreds upon hours of brute force research and forcing a communicative device, an AI sort of, but functioning off a synthetic brain. Then taken every instance of Lucius, gathering field data and inferencing emotions as they can for their synthetic brains, feed that back here and attempt to apply it to this, and, well, he's become more and more talkative over time. Complex thoughts still evade me, as I imagine most thought does. I'm not a Grimm in of a sense. No Grimm can truly speak like this. It is mostly the synthetic side of the brain, and my body is rather deteriorated, but I am still an alpha.
The whole time?
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh,
I suppose we really do have to owe it all to you for being so willing to believe we could develop such a complex AI.
I mean, Mary's almost done it.
Piper looks confused.
I don't know
What?
what to say.
I need
This
a minute.
is troubling.
You think? Oh, jeez. You said there were 200 of those things around?
No. Only 18 currently. Those have been decommissioned. As I said, every black box is fed back here and defragmented and taken what useful research we can to put into the system.
You feed it to Al?
The information. It's like a very complicated recording. It's difficult to explain fully, but theoretically, it's like creating a coded language. We, through many instances of brute force, found that there was a line of, well, information that they processed. Then it was just us interpreting it over time. Yes, the corneas, as Dr. Merlot explained, is the brain's device that allows what idea or whatever we would categorize Grimm's concepts are being refracted through a numerous library of human dialogue and intention, thus creating a translation as accurately as we are able to. You don't have to make it like a ventriloquist show, Al. I'm just interested in talking more now that I am staring at people again.
What?
So,
That's good.
is it the thoughts from the Grimm or the brain only?
Yeah, it's,
Both?
as I said, the research we've been able to find is that they are able to fuse and mutate and adapt the brain into their system. It is, in a sense, because of the brain we are able to communicate with the Grimm. Though the Grimm has also mutated beyond a Grimm and changed into something of an in-between, the Lucis. Its docile nature is due to its damaged state, but also because of the information in the brain changing it. In a sense, it's different than any sort of Grimm. Thus, the categorization.
I have a question.
Sure, Poppet. What is it?
Well, is the brain's influence in the Grimm helping it like follow the orders to only attack other Grimm? Is there a chance the Grimm it's in can start influencing it back?
Of course, that's always been a concern. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what part of the Lucis's problems have always been. Initially, with the first runs of them, the information coming in from the Grimm side always had the chance of maligning what was programmed within them, which is why we started to rely on very simple concepts until we figured out methods to transmit them properly, like with Omicron. Alpha here is, well, the most blatant mix of the two. I have the most competent capabilities within the brain itself, the most complex constructs that have slowly been added to, like a library over time.
Well, I mean, if you put some clothes on, hope. Never mind.
Is he able to talk with other Grimm?
Well, it's not cogent. Concepts held by other Grimm do not seem to translate into anything I can understand, outside of a threatening nature. My ability to communicate with humanity has caused me to sacrifice any means I currently have of communicating with a Grimm. Anything to do with them is not transmutable into any sort of imitated thought, let alone real thought, I imagine. If I could say such a thing. Essentially, it's impossible to relay anything if there is anything. Like garbage code. We don't have a sophisticated method of interpreting that, or understanding if there is anything like that. Our research with the Lucis has provided there is a mean of communication, but it might be entirely out of our world to understand exactly what that means. We can only relate it into our own human concepts. But Al does have a method of communication with the Lucis. He is an alpha, hence the name itself. Al is essentially the backbone of the Lucis's communications. He doesn't receive any live updates from them currently, but the end goal would to be to use Al as a resource to be able to or to have an infrastructure for us to communicate with Lucis in the case of needing to control or decommission any, and in the case of actually, the day we have an advanced enough system of Lucis operating, utilize them as tools to properly eradicate Grimm, instead of just simply leaving them in areas. He's the core communication, like one of the communication tower relays. Essentially, even if we do manage to get more Lucis like Omicron, we'll never have a stable enough system and enough security methods to make sure they wouldn't deteriorate over time if we didn't have a central core for them to latch themselves to. Like every good little ridixical boy going to church every Sunday. They wouldn't know what to do with themselves if they didn't get the good word.
Are you guys doing anything? Because you have people looking into it, like the huntsman in the church.
Well, yeah, that's the church? Mero pauses, and Piper sighs. I mentioned that to you, didn't I? There's a lot of things happening. I've got it handled. Yes, of course. There's a lot of organizations who are taking more notice of it as we're getting more and more competent Lucid. So far, no one's run any direct interference besides the Valish government recently, and that's mostly due towards the governor's business and not ours. But I imagine we'll have many problems down the line the more this gets out. So I hope you understand the level of secrecy you should be operating under. This is the fate of humanity, after all. She looks over at Montgomery like you did tell them fucking everything. And Montgomery sighs. I don't think they would put us in any danger, Piper.
I don't know.
Huntsmen should understand everything about combating.
It's Claire's giving him a look like, I really don't know. You should have told us this, man.
Gwen looks at Clara. I really don't think you should have told Clara, man.
Piper is busy. Marlo and Piper are busy staring each other down, so they don't notice the funny expression.
Yeah, Viridian's like, this secret will last like 2 days tops.
Oh god, Ross don't ask me how it went. You see anything cool in the city?
In the meantime,
I don't imagine that most people's first reaction would be a positive one.
Which is why we've expedited a lot of our research, the more scrutiny that's come on to us. Omicron is, once we decommission him within, the time frame was 2 weeks. We believe we might be able to replicate the exacts he has and produce enough competent Lucis, if necessary, to be a showcase of what we're able to do. I think, along with him, if not more competent infrastructure built off of his ideas, it might be able to convince people we need to convince. And allow us some breathing room.
I have to ask, what happens if someone uses this to make a worse Grimm?
That shouldn't be
I'm sure
possible.
Making synthetic brains is pretty tough, but
Montgomery and I are the only ones who seem to have any development in this current field of research, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that someone with a little more malice would attempt it. Though it's entirely difficult to imagine the idea of programming it hostilely. Grimm are hostile by nature. They don't need much programming in that regard.
well, intelligence more. You could have a Grimm focusing on taking down infrastructure. Think about how terrible things could go if they weren't just mindlessly attacking the first thing they see.
There are plenty of Grimm who already have that inclination in them.
Yes, well, a mass-produced one.
Well, mass production would be only feasible in the future anyway. Yeah.
When Al talks, he's just like a voice on the computer, right? He's not like vocal.
Yeah, he's not moving his jaw. It like very barely moves, but it's a computer voice.
Tries to move his jaw like a fucking
And he
puppet.
it's not like his jaw moving, it's like his head tilting slightly towards staring at you.
It's Halo
But,
head bobbing. I gotcha.
No.
Holy fuck! He loves Rooster Teeth, you guys.
There's no conceivable future where that's possible right now. We would have to finish plenty of work we're doing before that would even become a possibility. And, well, I wouldn't intend for that to ever happen.
Right.
Well, I'm not the one you have to convince.
Right. Well, I'd hope our
Yeah.
work speaks for ourselves when that comes to pass.
Oh, it does.
Well,
If you'd all like some time or any more questions, it's not like we're going anywhere. We can talk whenever.
yeah. I think I might need some time to actually think on this if I have any
It's a bit nippy in here, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes me feel kind of uncomfortable, you know?
I thought reminding you of home might be nice in the cold.
Thanks, Al.
The jokes aren't exactly winners when you're staring at them, you bloody ingrate.
I mean,
I was never that handsome, I suppose.
No, it's nice to look at you.
Don't worry. I don't really have emotions still. Just concepts of them. I can only imagine them conceptually being hurt by your comment.
Well, I hope you get there.
That might be detrimental for me. If I had real emotions, it would hurt.
I'm sorry.
Clara, May, you are a dear, but please, you'll go down a rabbit hole. I think he could run circles around you.
Probably.
All right, Poppet?
He-
If you don't like some time to rest, there's plenty of space up in the facility if you wouldn't like to be so deep underground while you do it. Though, as I said, or as Monty said, we do have Miss Yusuf and Romeo here. I shall go attend to make sure Romeo's recovery is continuing. I imagine he'll be up soon.
I would like to see Yusuf.
Very good.
I'm gonna take some time to rest personally. I'm a bit worn out. Then maybe get some fresh air. It's kind of
Sure.
stuffy in here. And I'm worried about the situation back topside.
Oh, as we said, things are going okay up there now.
Yeah, but you know, Huntsman things, I can't feel at ease till I see it for myself.
Ooh, fidgety. Difficult. All right.
I think I'm gonna take a look at how Romeo's doing for.
Oh, I
Resting.
would like to give him a chance by myself first to investigate him, if you don't mind, dear. I have to make sure he's stable
Yes.
and everything as his doctor, but afterwards I will tell you exactly when. And
Please.
I will have to ask you
First
to,
chance.
at the time, depending on his condition, to limit the topics. After all, depending on how he comes out of this, I don't want to rock his psychosis by anyone exactly telling him what he did directly.
Right.
But I'll give you an estimation on how I feel his condition is and what you could say in the meantime. For those of you who'd like to see Yusuf, though, and she'll clap her hands as the door opens as this spinner will waddle in. My assistant here can direct you over there. As his head spins upside down and claps his hands together. And then does a little bow and then gestures to follow him.
Before we go, I think that we need to discuss something.
He'll frown and sit down.
No matter how this goes, we're going to have need of Yusuf. I hope that won't be a problem.
Well, I think that's a discussion we can have after all. But still. That boy is incredibly dangerous. A malicious little tumor. You've got to be careful with dealing with him in general. And for what you might want him for, considering the malice he's shown towards the... Well, Romeo. She frowns for a second and sighs. I doubt he would be very kind into any cause you would direct him towards.
Yeah, I
Now
think the
that he
red wall
showed his
plan's
true colors.
I think the red wall plan's a bit dead on arrival, Felix. Unless you had something else in mind.
Well, I feel as if we could twist his arm in a way.
Even if we can't, Felix, we're gonna make sure to handle everything there and make sure those people are all right.
Yes.
Fair enough. I'd still like to speak to him if that isn't a problem.
Of course. Feel free to speak to him. It's not exactly like I'd be much for conversation with that brat. It's all I'd have to do to pull my hair out and not bash him over the head. Oh well.
Besides Omicron and Alpha here, are there any other Lycos days in the facility or near the city?
Near the city now, the Lucis are rather scant.
All
It's fine. All we have nearby would be Chi, and he might be... Oh. She'll pause as you'll hear a rattle in the rafters as kicking open a floor panel and hopping down. It's this little guy. There he is.
Oh god, that's terrifying, a fucking imp.
She will
No.
run over it. He's very small. He's like...
Oh god, those things
he's
are
like maybe 11 inches.
That's like the scariest one yet.
As Piper holds out her hand and he crawls on her shoulder and he poses. This little fellow's not much for combat or anything. We've mostly been using him for mobility tests over a couple of generations. He's become quite friendly with each refinement, though. I wish these things could be fed like a little monkey. As he poses on her shoulder and is smiling over at you all.
It's Claire will put her hand up slightly and wave at him.
He waves.
She'll do it very tentatively, a small gesture.
He takes his little hands. They each have like they noticeably have 5 fingers, unlike most imps, which have like 3 or 4. And he does what after a second you realizes he's doing sign language. None of you know it, I'm sure. As Piper will smile at him. Oh, he said hello, I believe.
Oh, that's huh.
Claire almost called him cute. I'm gonna fucking. It's a fucking mind break. No, his name isn't showing. I'm sorry.
Alright, keep that one away from me. Oh, it creeps me out.
Oh, this little fella. Oh, is Miss RNA scared of a little Grimm? He's just a
No.
little Lucis. She holds him up and starts walking towards Gwen with him like a rag doll.
I'll intercept and they put out my hand from the sniff.
He rubs
Gwen
his hand
half
with his
reaches
head.
for her gun before Clara cuts it away.
He rubs her hand with his head. It's very unsettling to rub a Grimm. He feels against your skin like you feel something rippling and crawling and shaking up your body. You feel like an intense disgust for a second as your palm almost sweats and then runs cold as you feel the rippling, odd, grim flesh underneath him. As your hand instinctively jerks, and
Clara,
she notices and leans back as he crawls up on Piper's shoulder again, and she sighs. Little jumpy, huh?
I think you have a very honorable commitment to your research, Dr. Hamlin.
Get used to these sorts of things. She smiles calmly. But as you all,
Yeah, I'm gonna be taking the elevator up. What are you doing, Viridian?
Piper will make her way in.
One thing before I go, Mr. Merlo.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, as he's like plugging in like the black box and stuff.
What'd you give the mayor for all this?
The governor? Oh,
Oh yeah, governor, sorry.
the governor. He pauses as he thinks on how to say it, and he looks over, turning in the chair. The governor's always supported my research since I was young. Ever even before my father passed away, he looked after me in a lot of ways. A benefactor of sorts back then, but I rely on him a lot for not just economical and research now, but he's the closest thing besides Piper I have to family currently. I think I cause him more problems than I give currently.
Alright, so he's all in on your quest to save humanity with his research.
He knows about all of this, yeah. If that's mainly what you're concerned with.
And he didn't ask for nothing back?
He wants to make sure that when the facility provides results, everyone knows that he was the one who saw the light in my eye first. I owe him at least that. All this facility, a lot of it still came out of my old family's wealth and things, but funding and continued support does, well, come from city assistance and governor's grants and things. He's helped manage my money too, so that helps. Mountain Glen continued possible future will rely on us making sure that Valish nobles don't roll over our independent abilities. The city's always been difficult. A threat to Vale's superiority, I suppose, in the sense of its capital, but the governor believes everyone in the city and this country should have a few more freedoms than just what they have now. Anything he said in his speeches, to you all, I'm sure might have sounded like he's just blustering and saying things, but he really does look for a brighter future for people. No matter how grumpy he acts.
Well, ain't you two a pair then? He's trying to make a city where people ain't afraid of Grimm busting in, and you's trying to make Grimm fight Grimm.
I'd really like to
Crazy.
make something easier for him, yeah.
Alright, that was all. Just wanted to make sure I had the measure of it, and you
Sure.
weren't dancing on someone's strings.
No, I think we have enough puppets for that. As he smiles at the spinner who's on the floor playing with a deck of cards as he's playing solitaire.
Alright, well, if May is going topside, I'm going with her to make sure she don't immediately tell someone about all this.
Montgomery looks shocked.
He's joking.
Oh, sorry.
I am joking.
Alright.
She wouldn't tell anyone about something like this.
No, sir.
Oh, right, of course. Sorry.
Right, Clara? Gwen looks her in the eyes.
Yeah.
I'll give a
Okay,
warning.
you know people will, like, be killed if this is found out by the wrong people, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
thank
know
you.
I know how to keep a secret.
I'll ring
Give Clara
her
a little credit.
I'll ring her scroll if she starts to sound like she'll say something to distract her.
Thank you, Alan. Now let her know there's no secrets to keep between us. I'll make sure you're always on.
Oh, thank you. You did know that closing the app didn't turn me off.
What?
It was mainly the scroll being powered down that would do that. I
Oh.
apologize.
Wow.
I lied.
I'm impressed
I
you can
knew
do
it.
that.
This is why Viridian also mainly hid his scroll places.
Yes, though I do warn you in the future, in the case of dealing with me somehow again, in any light of suspicion, turning off old devices or obfuscating them from yourselves is suspicious inherently by itself.
Yeah.
Young men and women of your age never turn off their scrolls.
Ah, you just don't know me. I lose it from time to time.
I've learned that. Well, then,
Alright.
That's the one thing I want
Would
to
it be
say.
rude
Dr.
to ask you to
Merlot alone.
remove yourself from my scroll?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Ow. Montgomery just sighs. It's honest, isn't it?
Yeah, we can appreciate that.
You can. I will uninstall itself fully once you leave Mountain Glen. It would be a waste of my services and power to keep any attention outside of it. Besides, it wouldn't work that far away. We don't use communication relay for our devices. We have separate relays in the area around the Glen to keep in communication with those devices. Leaving the border to Vale will be easily enough for me to never hear what you say ever again, let alone the uninstallation of the app fully when you leave.
Right.
But
More
for
like
now,
a privacy thing, you know.
yes, but as you know, I have no interest in anything that might be considered private for you. I am a security system for your sake.
Right.
I don't tell them the embarrassing things you tell each other.
Right.
Yes. Unblinking stare.
Well, thank you.
Don't thank me for that. Unnecessary.
Right.
He's really enjoying speaking to other people, I think.
Well, that's good.
I'll be here for quite some time if you need me. You know where to find me.
Actually, one last thing I want to say to him when I'm
Okay.
alone, potentially.
I'm starving. Hurry. I'm kidding. Okay, so Wolverine says he's waiting for you.
Well,
unless
yeah,
you want it, and unless you're like, can I have a moment alone?
Well,
he
yeah,
joins
no,
the spinner in a game of solitaire. Obviously.
I would have
Patty
just told.
cakes.
I would just told Verdine to warm up the elevator for me.
Okay, Clara has something to say. The spit.
Okay.
Is Gwenwyn talk to Yusuf also with Felix?
Oh no.
Yeah, Viridian, as we're leaving, will tell Felix.
Ben, do you want Felix to talk with Yusuf alone first, or?
No, you can come, man.
Faunus to Faunus, man. What we gotta do to cut down these?
I mean, Yusuf
I'm
will
getting
probably...
you out of here, Yusuf.
I mean, it kind of is a coin flip. Do we really
Gwen,
think...
Gwen really doesn't want to see Yusuf. No, she hates
That's
that guy.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But you
She'll-
could also
she'll
beat
confront-
the answers out of him.
Yeah,
She'll talk
Viridian
to him
is
later,
telling-
maybe.
Viridian is telling Felix to give Yusuf a good once-over, because Viridian feels like if he sees him right now and he starts spinning his mouth again, he's just gonna punch his teeth
Dude,
out.
I kind of wanted you to see Felix go
I'll
like
give him
bad
a
cop,
try.
like beat the shit out of someone for answers.
Oh.
I wouldn't do that.
Am I
Without
free to just
reason.
walk around?
Well, I suppose there's really no harm in letting you have security access to this level currently. If you'd like to poke around the place. Just please
I
don't.
don't touch anything.
That's all I could ask, thanks. I'll have Al or myself explain something if you have a question about it. You can pretty easily get into contact with us in the facility, especially.
Yeah, sure.
I'll nod.
Gwen turns her phone back on.
Smile. It's so over.
Viridian tries to find his scroll. He doesn't know where he left
Gwen
it.
knew he couldn't say no. It'd be suspicious.
You go into the hallway and Piper's punching the fucking wall.
Alright, so the spinner will take Felix with him.
Oh, picks me up.
Everett gets Shuffler and Clark and
Oh, fuck.
hang.
Wow.
Get some say. Okay. No, Clara will look at Dr. Merlot after everyone's laughed after a second of just quiet. Dr. Merlot?
Huh? Oh, right. Yes.
I don't know. I definitely didn't follow all the technical things of what you said, but
I'm rather bad at explaining them in the first place.
don't worry. Simpler things have gone over my head, but thank you for trusting us with knowing something like this. I can obviously tell this was a difficult thing to share.
He scratches the back of his head and kind of looks sheepish. I'm sorry, I never wanted to have to lie about this. This is all I've ever worked on, and I've never doubted what I'm doing here. I understand why I have to, obviously. I'm not clueless, but every day of my life I go around harboring an idea that I think could help people, and keeping it to myself, even if I know it's to the benefit of everyone, has always made me feel frustrated with them in the past when I was younger, and frustrated with myself now. So I really should be the one thanking you all for listening, truthfully. It's a
Well,
big weight off my chest.
well, I'll take that then. Thank you. I'm just a single huntress, so I can't really do too much, but I really do hope whatever comes out of all this is what you want out of it, because I guess it's nice to dream of a world where there aren't Grimm anymore. So
I don't intend for it to be a dream long. This will work.
Well, even though I can't do much, if there's anything I can do to help out with something that noble, just remember me in the future when I'm a bit more experienced.
That means a lot to me, and I hope you don't hold it against me if I put you out of a job one day.
You know, I think I can always go back to my family's bakery if I gotta.
That sounds a lot nicer.
Well, I'm gonna probably go lie down for a bit. But, well, we got a mutual friend that I think can get in touch if you need me.
Will do. Enjoy your rest, Clara May. You certainly earned it.
Thank you, Al. I don't think you'll be too far away when I am. Clara will chuckle as she walks out.
Alright. And I'm gonna go eat dinner because I'm starving. It's been
All
sitting there
right.
for an hour.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
A few moments later.
Comes instantly. Nice. Yeah. God, that actually sidetracked me. I was smiling.
God damn it! Come on,
So
Liam. Pay recompense.
All right. Felix
said
can
come.
follow the spinner as he spins his way over and gestures boldly to the door. He's not going to follow you in. Don't worry.
Oh, thank God! A little alone time with my favorite character.
It'd really distract him if he was there.
I swipe my scroll to unlock the door.
But what?
He's gone.
Oh, where is he?
Sorry, he's on the GM layer. That's like a.
Shit! I almost got out if you wouldn't have walked in here.
This is like a fucking glass barrier
What
that
the
you can.
fuck? Do they have like a bed in here? Wait.
This is very clearly impromptu made.
Okay.
like a
I was about to
glass
say.
barrier.
I was about to say, why do they have a prison?
Nigga, I
This
don't
is
know.
like something was clearly the bed was clearly dragged in here. There is not currently a toilet or anything. I
a
mean,
service.
yeah, and there's a little water cooler and some chip bags and things.
He's only been here for like what?
Yeah, like a couple hours.
Okay.
at most. Like an hour or two.
He made
like,
himself
maybe.
a home.
They're
What
not
a
sure.
guy.
These are clearly thrown in here to be like, I don't know if we're keeping him. What we're gonna do? Well, what if he wakes up hungry? Okay,
Dude, they're feeding him like a
Okay,
fucking...
Montgomery, you can put chips in there if you feel that
You're
fucking
feeding him
bad
like
about
a
it.
fucking Boy Scout troop. They just threw like fucking... it's fucking awesome.
Montgomery would feel bad. He's scared.
He's scared he'll starve. That honestly, yeah, that fits. That fits.
Yusuf is sat up. He's awake by now, and he was just staring at the fucking wall. As the door opens, he whipped his head over. He looks fucking baffled as Felix walks in. And he runs up to the glass and bangs on it. And over the intercom transmission system to help talk through the glass, he's like, "What the fuck is this?"
Felix would just shake his head. This is...
Where the fuck am I, huh? What the fuck happened?
I don't have enough time to explain this to you.
The fuck you mean you don't have enough time to explain this to me? Who the fuck are you, people?
Felix will just stare at him for an uncomfortable amount of time. Excuse me.
You just keep... Don't fucking look at me with that dumbass fucking look in your eyes! Don't fucking... I can't fucking read what's on your mind, you psychopath! The fuck is this?
Listen,
this
I
ain't
need...
fucking jail!
It is not jail.
What the fuck? You see him kick the fucking glass as his aura flares up a bit, as he's clearly putting himself in a tizzy.
I can wait till you calm down.
Oh, go fuck yourself, and you can wait and stick something up your ass and die on it!
I see.
Fuck.
I would
Fuck.
really prefer if you'd answer my questions.
Can you fucking tell me where the hell I am?
I don't think that would matter either way. It would bring you no peace of mind.
What the fuck do you know? Kid! You don't sound smart when you talk like that! Has nobody told you that?
Felix will just stare at him again.
What the fuck am I gonna do? Oh, brothers, what the fuck is this? He just is pacing back and forth.
If... Obviously, neither of us like the other, so... You could maybe find it in your heart to help me out just a little bit here. Maybe I'll reveal where you
How
are.
the fuck can I help you? You want some of my chips?
I want to know one...
Salt-free?
Very...
Oh, gluten-free! How nice!
Yes. I just need to know if you've been... Well, messing with that man.
What?
The one that almost tried
Who?
to kill you.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, that happened? Fuck.
Perhaps you were...
Don't look at me that way when I wake up in a fucking white room in this fucked up place. You think I don't think I'm in some kind of fucking institution? God, I'm losing my fucking mind here. Give me a fucking second.
Take all the time you need.
Yeah, got a fucking lot of it. Tell. Who's looking in that camera? He says, pointing up towards the camera in the corner behind you.
I think it's there to make sure you don't die.
What the fuck's gonna happen to me?
Felix will just shrug.
He looks horrified. It starts begging. Don't. What the fuck's What the fuck did you ask?
Were you... I suppose I should be more specific.
Yeah.
That man Romeo, who almost killed both of us. Have you been inciting him with your semblance?
What the fuck does that mean? Inciting him?
You know what your
getting him
semblance
mad?
does. Yes.
I mean, that's not
Have you been doing it on purpose?
technically
It is a simple...
what it does, but
Oh, does it have something else I'm unaware of?
yeah, it does. He looks quite pleased with himself. And then he continues, and I don't know, anything could set that fucking nutcase off. You see what he does? Fucking doing it almost in daylight now, finally.
So you... I'm sorry. Another question. How long have you known his identity?
Scratches the back of his head. Identity? I mean, everyone fucking knew. Anyone who goes down to Hog Street would know Berkowitz. He's practically fucking glued to the bar.
But did you know he was... Well,
What, the fucking Ripper?
yes.
What? I don't fucking know who started calling him that. That's fucking stupid. That guy's like old news, I heard, but whatever.
But you knew he was
I
doing
guess.
it. You knew what he
guess.
was doing.
For a bit. Kinda.
Were you inciting it?
Look, motherfucker. Why the fuck would I... Is this a fucking prison? Are there constables listening to this?
No?
For real?
I promise you.
Is this gonna, like, fuck me?
I think you are. Well, I don't know what can necessarily help you at this moment, but answering my questions might get you there.
Paces a few times as his eyebrows furrow and stuff. His thought process is clear on his head as he keeps running hands through his hair, sweating, trying to like calm himself down. Right, look, listen. Berkowitz is a fucking freak, right? I don't have to tell you that now.
We're in agreement.
Right. All right. Good. He's a fucking asshole. Guy. Only thing people know him for is because he's the drunk asshole who gets paid off after he killed his wife or whatever. Anyway, so enough people know that, and he's always around, and you know, people, huntsmen like him, never shut the fuck up about what they did for you, right? Yeah. All right.
Right.
It's this drunk asshole. I don't know, maybe like a month or two ago. I don't know. Oh, it's been a blur for a while. I don't know. He's yammering on, and I just decide tonight's the night that I'm gonna beat the shit out of him because I'm sick of it. I don't need to hear that every time I try and go get something cheap and something to eat at any hour of the day. Because guess what? I don't like going a lot of places because there's only so many where I don't get pissed or something in my food or just not get served. And I don't like that I have to deal with this fucking guy there. I swear to God, I've heard the same stories over and over again. I think he forgets when he tells them when he's drunk. Fucking God, he is such an asshole.
I understand. Now, what did you do?
Well, I went to kick his ass, right?
As you are one to do.
Right. So I follow him home, and he's going, of course, through the back alleys or something, because I don't know if he knows where he's going at this point. And I'm following him, and I go and I punch him in the back of the head, right? Because a guy like that doesn't deserve much dignity. If I'm gonna beat the shit out of him, it's not like he's gonna have anything on him. This isn't like personal or anything. Well, I guess this is exactly personal,
I understand. You punched him. Now, what happened?
All right, so I thought he might have been a blowhard, saying he's a huntsman, But, I guess he still did have some aura or something, but it hurt a lot. But anyway, I punched him, and I fell over, and he fell over, and I couldn't move. Right? And he's lying there, and I think, all right, well, I don't know what's happening. Maybe this is what a stroke is like. And, he's lying there on the ground, and some guy, I don't know how long it was, comes up and starts rifling through his bag and his pocket, and looking for money. I guess it looks like he needs it. Should have picked me. I dressed nice. I'd have more, but Romeo wakes up, I guess, and the guy falls over like I did, and I'm realizing this must be a semblance by now. And when I'm making that sterling conclusion, he's ripped the lid off a dumpster and is breaking this guy's head open with it over and over again. Like he's bashing the fucking like a brick and cracking like a coconut or something. And so, I, as anyone would, try to run, but I'm still stuck on the ground. And he just keeps on yammering about stupid nonsense. And he's talking to himself. And I think he starts talking to me. And he just looks at me down on the ground. And he just stares at me for a while. And he just wanders off like a drunk asshole again. And eventually I can move again. So I leave before anyone finds me. I ain't seen people die since I was a kid that brutally. And I shit myself a little bit on the way home, but I wait and I stay on the low for a bit because Berkowitz is a hitter, I guess.
So you did agitate him.
What the fuck do you mean?
You. Now be honest with me, and I do hope you will be.
Why?
Do you think your semblance affected him in any way? You're not exactly great at controlling it.
I'm Fuck you, first off. Second.
No fluffy words here. You need to
I'm
tell
not
me
fluffy.
yes or no.
He looks at it. That looks like the worst thing you've ever called
All right,
him.
Felix manifests the sword next to his throat. You need to
Oh,
speak plainly.
just don't fucking call me Fluffy, man. Only my grandma got to call me Fluffy, alright?
You...
Fuck you, it's an old nickname.
I see. Sorry to hit you with that pain point. Now,
Yeah,
please...
you should be sorry. She's fucking dead.
How horrible. Now, you
It
may
was.
join her if you don't speak.
That'd be kind of nice, honestly.
Oh, you're so tough.
Fuck it.
Please.
I ain't got... What do I got? I'm in a fucking white room. There's a bunch of sociopaths who took that fucking guy away in some monster machine.
All right, Felix will put the sword really close to his throat.
And even fucking Boots ain't fucking helping me anymore. And she left me, so I ain't got no one else to fucking go to. Fucking kill me. I don't care.
You must be joking.
Ah, fuck it.
I'll have you know that I think Boots does care for you. If
Bullshit.
that helps.
Nah, don't fucking lie to me.
She asked us to help save you, which
Yeah,
you made
she probably just
incredibly
wants-
difficult.
Yeah, she probably just wants me to help with the fucking fang or some bullshit. Can't trust anyone these days. Fucking
You're
bullshit.
still not answering my question.
Well, fuck it. What's the fucking question? You fucking think my
question
semblance did this? How the fuck would I get
Yes.
someone to kill someone? I can make people fucking angry, right? Yeah. You wanna fucking
Yes.
know how it works? It's not like a fucking valve. It's not like a fucking, it's not like a one-size-fit-all fucking One Piece, you know? That shit's a valve, but it's per person. And it's not always, it wasn't always supposed to be just angry. That's the only one I can do anymore, alright?
Oh. I see.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, turns out when your grandma's gunned down in front of you, and you, as an 8-year-old, you
please.
really lose control of yourself. Now, fuck you! It's the same thing! I can't do it since then!
how sad.
I ain't asking for your fucking sympathy. I'm answering your goddamn question, dumbass. You asked. Don't fucking get snippy with me. So yeah, it's a valve. It ain't something. I can't just go, oh, Mr. Felix, can't you get mad enough to kill yourself? No. That's gotta be fucking... You're a fucking weirdo. I can make you angry, but I mean, maybe you'd kill me if I made you angry enough, but I think it'd take, like, a lot.
You would be surprised.
Fuck you.
I still...
So my fucking point is, I don't give a shit. Even if I did fucking hit him with my semblance, do you think that means I could make someone fucking murder someone right away? Did that happen with you? Or Big Guy? Or anyone you've ever seen?
I suppose not, but...
Yeah, or I fucking what? So a fucking little nudge?
No,
A smack
you've
in
already...
the back of the head makes a guy fucking snap?
I think you've already answered my question.
So you gonna kill me yet or what?
Would you like me to?
Fucking wouldn't mind.
No.
Asshole.
Yes, well, enjoy your time in here.
Oh, that's it? Alright.
Yes. I
Yeah,
just needed
sure.
to know if you were actually as vile as some people make you out to be. I think
What
you're
the
just
fuck
an
are people
idiot.
saying about me?
Does it really matter?
Yeah,
I
your
will say-
reputation's the only thing that matters in this fucking world.
Felix would just look at him.
What the fuck? You think people are gonna believe whatever you think about yourself, you fucking idiot?
I don't really care what other people think, but...
Oh, then you're fucked.
Right. Listen. Some people may think you did this on purpose, but I
What,
think you're
fucking
just
today? Or whenever it is? What day? How long have I been in here?
It's been a couple of hours.
Alright. Then no, I didn't do it.
Right. Well, enjoy your confinement.
Hey, fuck you! You said you'd answer some fucking questions!
Did I?
Yeah! Go ask your friend to replay the fucking sizzle reel or whatever you're recording up there.
What are you even speaking on?
Gestures to the camera. You know, to prove that you said you'd answer the question.
Yes, I'll get right on that. Felix will roll his eyes.
So where am I? What?
Well, you're... How do I put this? Very, very
Simply.
deep underground. I don't actually know exactly where.
Shut the fuck up. What do
No,
you mean
that-
you don't know exactly where? What, you
I don't
black
know
out
exactly
also?
where.
You get stuck in one of those things?
No, and I'm done talking to you.
What? Bullshit. Only one? Are you serious? Why the fuck am I in here? What the fuck do you want?
Look, this is not something I can really help you with now.
Ah, fuck you anyway. I'll talk with Al.
Felix will look... I'm
He
sorry,
just
he's
walks back.
speaking to you?
What?
I
Yeah!
suppose he would be.
Why the fuck wouldn't he? It's the only good conversation I had in fucking months, it feels like. Assholes. All of you.
You two deserve each other. Felix will walk out of the door.
Slay the sociopath.
Just shut the door.
Fuck that guy, Al.
Alright, Felix is gonna go look for Tamlin to speak on to her. Or, well, I guess
He sidles up next to you.
the spinner. Ooh.
He wants
I
to know
forget-
where you want
I
to
don't-
go.
Oh, sweet. I guess I'll go look for... I guess Hamlin. I'm gonna go ask her, like, what are they gonna do with him? Like, are they gonna kill him?
He gestures as if he wants to ask you if he wants you to pick you up.
I will decline.
Well, ostensibly, she told us before she was bringing him back because we still need him to help us. So, hopefully they're holding him for
Oh,
that.
yeah.
So Felix, what do you
Oh,
say?
yeah, I just antagonized him the whole time. Right.
Felix,
Redwall,
what do you say about
right.
the whole Redwall thing? It's a lost cause, Clara.
Huh? Oh, I didn't care about that.
It is.
I mean, it's a little scuffed. but-
I feel
You
like
guys are
you
gonna fucking trust this
Why
guy with a
bother?
plan after everything that happened?
I feel like you could have made the attempt.
Possibly.
You can do that conversation.
Let him die. Gwen Iron answers. Let him die.
I didn't say let him die. I said, well, I don't think he's gonna be very helpful.
Felix didn't talk to you about this. What? What he told me he did.
Huh. And you believed me.
Damn it, Felix, you didn't cut his head off?
What's happening to you guys?
When he asked, when he asked, my defiance disorder kicked in like a 5-year-old, and I said no. My oppositional defiance.
Felix does have oppositional defiance disorder.
Absolutely.
Ferdinand, are we leaving them alone too much? That seems like getting kind of weird.
Are we the bad guys?
Look,
feel-
Claire, I could only go with one person, and you are the one who is the biggest danger of leaking something, so it was you.
Yeah, I mean, they're underground, so how are they gonna do it?
Exactly.
Wow. Kill yourself. Holy moly.
Well, I think Felix has this covered.
So do I.
Good.
How it go, Al? Great.
Let me go get Clark and Guardian on the street map 1 sec.
How's everyone feel about Grimm experimentation? I feel like that was never, like, stated.
You guys went off in random directions before the team talked about it. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, we really should have a team
I
discussion.
feel like we're gonna have a talk about this later. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna talk to
I mean, am I insane? This is not.
Leave us.
I'm gonna talk
Were we
to
going
Ferdinand
to,
about
like-
it right now.
Yeah,
No, that's
I mean,
fair.
It could happen right now. Yeah.
In a nondescript manner, Freudian, so I don't leak it to everyone passing by us on the street.
I mean, you're in that elevator for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that's a tough one. We're gonna be in the elevator.
All right, so let's talk about
Why is the
hypothetically.
elevator locked?
There are a couple different types of balloons. There's black balloons and then white balloons.
Oh, fuck. I want to cry. Get me off this fucking wild ride. I'm not ready. I don't want to... I have a...
Why you don't want to do that scene?
No, you just... I was just getting a token out for you on this map, but now I want to delete it. Holy shit. I really don't like you anymore. Oh my god. It's like an hour just passed. I'm tired. Okay.
Well, hopefully getting that set up takes you like 2 minutes because I need to go grab something.
Cool.
I'll be
good.
right back.
Yeah. Alright, make it a cut.
No, I'll just keep talking. It's fine.
Okay.
It's only like 2 minutes. Like, fuck
Go ahead. Yeah. Wouldn't mind.
I mean, like, how does Gwen feel in the Grimm experimentation thing?
It's pretty fucked up.
I mean, for real?
I probably shouldn't do it.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah. What
Seems like it will probably just have more negatives than positives.
Like
Wow.
what?
They've made 200?
They decommissioned all those 18.
Well, it's more like the
Yeah,
box.
decommissioned by like them dying.
Well, yeah,
I mean, yeah, they're gone.
they take the box out.
I don't know.
That's what I meant. That is.
Well, it's like you're making.
I apologize if that wasn't clear. That's like it runs. We decommission it. We get rid of the looses and take the black box.
Yeah, it's like you're making like a beta model of like a phone or some shit. It's like this is never.
Now, I get how testing works.
Okay,
It's just
you
I don't
seem
know.
Like you didn't.
I can't have a conversation with Blake. No, I mean Gwen's just like, I mean, how much field data involves like people dying?
Hopefully none of it.
Are you being upfront about it? How much is this working before we got the Omicron?
Are they being upfront about it? No, of course not. They hate all of this from us till now.
I mean, if you've already got there, why stop them now? That'd make all their blood be a waste, right?
Hey, he seemed to really care, so...
You should have asked that question.
Claire's
He's being
on-
pretty honest.
Claire's on his side. He seems to really care about this. Again, she's on the side of whoever talked to her last.
I mean, for what it's worth, Piper said she used to have to babysit them, which, I mean, I guess that means maybe she was, that would imply she was saying she used to have to actually, like, you know, follow them around. I don't know if that makes you feel better or worse about it, assuming, like, well, I assume if she's following it, it's not murdering people. But,
So
yeah.
Chloe's not going to do this.
That's
but-
still up to player basis.
Chloe's not gonna
No
do
one
this.
rolled a report
Also-
check to see if they were lying, so, you know, not my fault.
Also, the whole like
You don't play for-
Grimm computer thing.
You don't play for 1.5 months, so it's getting...
See, the Gwen, that's just being a fucking, oh god, what are they called? That's just hating technology.
Luddite?
Yeah, you're just a Luddite, Gwen.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
I think AI is gonna take over Huntsman work.
Isn't that
I only
good?
object to this because it's gonna put me out of a
Yeah,
job.
business. Yeah, think about that.
Isn't that good? I thought this was about stuff on Grimm, not my personal work. You doing this for money, Gwen?
Yep.
Huh? You're not?
Huh? Are you
I'll
talking
take
to me?
your paycheck if you don't care about it.
We get paid?
Fuck. Oh right, I already told him to forward the bank. Never mind.
Ah, thank God. I'll let you handle that, Gwen.
Nah, back, sorry.
Okay, cool. Get off that failed experiment of a conversation.
I was having fun. I don't know. I guess you weren't.
Right. Anyway. Clara and Brian can be walking back to their place of rest at Hodgson. Just on the street. It's bustling, hustling, no matter the fact that hours ago a breach was in the city. You were nowhere near close enough for it to be in any of the immediate danger zone. And, well, not nowhere near close. You're not close immediately. And does not seem to be on people's mind that happened or the Ripper happened currently in this section of the town. You bump through people as you're walking. Everyone seems out and active.
City life. So uncaring. Just like back in Shade when that building exploded and went out for ice cream later. Nothing changes.
I'm sorry, is that a real
I'm
line
sorry,
you just
what?
said out loud?
What?
I don't
Did
know.
you just say to me?
I was trying to get into it, don't worry.
Huh?
Nothing.
Oh, you can? That's so funny. Where does the fucking... Oh, that's annoying. Alright, I'll put these on the... Shouldn't these be on the fucking... Huh. I gotta rejoin and see what this looks like as a player. One sec.
Looks like this.
That's so fucking weird. I guess I understand what happened here. Okay. Because this is just like a copy of that. Oh, yeah, okay. So this is like a copy of that main map, but just lowered down to a small street section. That's not like Fog of War. This was like a small map before. But since those were off the map, and they were technically always there, now in Warp, you will see them out there, even though this map used to just be this box.
Oh my
It
god.
technically is a map that extends outwards.
Thank god, that's actually any help because there's one map I have that has that problem and I can't get the fucking tokens.
Yeah. Okay. You are now no longer distracted. I think I got it.
You wish.
And we can actually start this thing. So yeah, as I said, bum shoulder to shoulder. It's pretty busy, but the hubbub's enough that no one's going to listen to your conversation. No one pays attention to each other in the city.
Trying to trick us.
But we're famous.
You are pretty famous. I guess once in a while people would stop you and say that. I was very bad about elucidating that for the most part, but I have the benefit of Shade being mostly just everyone gives you free drinks. And that's enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry.
It's nice. Yeah. Well, man, what do you need to clear your head about?
Most of what happened today, and I wasn't lying when I said it felt stuffy down there. I definitely prefer guess we're not technically outside, but you know, it's better
Yeah, I
than
don't
there.
know how much you're gonna be clearing your head up out here. Still can't look up and see the sky.
Yeah, but you know, at least there's a little more leg room up here.
I suppose.
Something's crazy with just, you know, coming back from deep underground just reminds me of that yet again. So,
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff to unpack today.
yep. Anything cross your mind
Lotta-
specifically?
Oh boy.
I know, a lot of things to pick from.
I definitely ain't qualified to go and start making critiques on the way people want to run their city or their own personal projects, but everything about this place just gets more and more unnatural the deeper down you go into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Starting out with not being able to see the sky, which I suppose is a decent enough sacrifice to make to not be on the to not be attacked by Grimm all the time, just randomly able to dive down and pluck someone off the streets. Those Nevermores, you can never tell when one of them might just be barreling down towards you. Not gonna happen here. Guess that's a sacrifice you're willing to make. Now you go down even deeper and deeper, and Grimm start getting weirder and weirder. Ain't nothing right about it.
I'm sorry this is a little off topic, but I just gotta say, you guys got some really scary Grimm here in Vale.
I ain't never seen one of those scorpion fins before. I think they is from Vacuo, Clara.
I meant more than like us today, and the Nevermore.
Yeah. I mean, I heard tales of the wolf spiders, but, never saw any of those back in Sherwood. Or on the sea.
Yeah, I sure hope you didn't see them in your small village, or especially on the water, because those would be mighty scary pirates.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to tackle, what, like a fifth of what we just talked about?
Yeah, well, hopefully there's no... Yeah, well, hopefully there's no need for us to tackle any of it. We just have to deal with our huntsman work.
Yeah, well, I think I can happily agree with you on that, but,
I guess that got a bit more complicated, what with everything Yosef yelled at us. Don't know how we're gonna be convincing Redwall to move now.
yeah. Let's just hope,
That little shit starter is probably not gonna be much help.
Sorry, 1 second. Let's just hope Percival is a little more, let's just hope she goes above and beyond in her job.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she will. She's a good lady. Doesn't seem like the type to go around creating panics for serial killers.
You really think he did that?
He told us he did that. You think he was just boasting to make himself look good in front of us?
Well, that's certainly a possibility. He does know, he has been known to, you know, kind of talk a lot.
Why would he fucking incriminate himself like that?
No idea. I'm just saying that, taking him at his word is, it's not the most reliable thing. And he was pretty panicked. But I don't know. I mean, if that is what he's doing, then he's a better guy than I had him pegged for. He always seemed like a rough type, but that's going way too far.
Huh.
Either way, hopefully Felix gets to the bottom of that one.
Yeah, well. Last time you was panicked, you go and reveal some deep, dark secret you had.
Yeah? Remember? I parented to class. That's how you learned about the whole thing with my parents?
Claire, that was not the last time you panicked.
Well, when was the last time?
I think it was probably when that crocodile girl bit off your arm in Delatodos.
Right. You know, I don't think I remember all the fine details of how that moment played out.
I don't blame you for that.
I thought I was pretty dignified standing up to her.
Okay, well maybe standing up to her before you fell down. But
I mean, can you blame me?
I guess the point after you can't remember, you were quite a sight.
Oh, I didn't say anything embarrassing, did I?
Nah.
That's good. Whew. Well, I'm not exactly the deep dark secret type.
Yeah. Well, whatever. At least now we may be able to actually think of something to do about the whole Omicron situation.
Yeah.
Or whatever his name is.
Well, I mean, didn't they say his experiment time was only a couple weeks? Maybe I misheard that, but it feels like they're gonna be probably recalling him soon, right?
Yeah, but knowing a bit more about that situation gives us a bit more wiggle room with what we can do. I thought if everything went tits up with the whole Yusuf situation, we'd have to go out and try to find it and see if we could ask it to just lead Redwall over to the governor's estate. And if that didn't work, we'd have to hunt it. And if we hunted it, maybe we could get Popper to puppet its corpse and trick them into following it. But if they actually know stuff about it...
Freddie, what have you always been this smart?
You know, it's a gift. I just hide it behind my slow and thoughtful drawl, Miss Clara May.
I just keep being reminded, but I just keep underestimating you. That's an excellent idea. We just have to get Omicron to help us lead them to the governor's manor to hide out.
See, before I never suggested that because I thought it'd be a lot harder, but knowing that they is actually so involved with that situation, seems like it might be easier now.
No, it's definitely a new possibility. And if we're writing Yusuf off, actually, well, I mean, they've listened to that thing before Yusuf even, so that's probably the best thing we can do.
Well, we'll see. There's still that huntsman that's out there chasing it.
Yeah.
Well, not huntsman. He would have said the like, order guy.
Well, yeah, his name's Hunter, so his title's
Pilgrim.
Yeah, Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, probably no use worrying about that till we actually end up running into him again. Though I don't think we can exactly explain the situation to him. That probably would not be for the best.
Right. Yeah.
Would be a good way to talk to him, but, like, get him to back down.
Are you okay with what they're doing?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, when I was listening to Dr. Merlot, I guess the best way to put it is I'm okay with him. And I trust him.
Right. See, I believe all the things he was telling us came from the heart.
Yeah.
I believe that much.
Yeah.
Still comes across as wrong to me.
I think I'd still need I don't even know how long to think about it before I really have a good idea of what I think on, well, all that. It's a nice idea, but I guess we've already had...
I don't know about that.
Well,
I mean, it might be a means to an end, but I don't think the right way to go about getting rid of Grimm is by trafficking with him.
No, that is fair. Why do you think that?
Well, if everything goes right, what's the best case scenario? That there's no more huntsmen around because we don't need them, because there's no more Grimm around because they've all been taken care of by other Grimm.
Mm-hmm.
What's the worst case scenario? That there's no more huntsmen around because we don't need them, and all these Grimm taking care of each other, something goes wrong in them, and we get some kind of, we already have some kind of super Grimm. When they get real old, they get real bad. What happens if they don't need to get real old to be real bad? Just seems like it might be messing with something we weren't supposed to mess with.
That's a real good point that I didn't fully consider. And he did promise that,
I'm sure if you bring it up to him, he'll have a good answer for it.
yeah, but,
I know, that's something that unnerves Great Viridian too!
I guess this is, it's a lot to think about, especially given all the first-hand experience we have with these things. It's, I've seen how even with good intentions, like with, Delta, well, it can still be real dangerous to be around, even if they are acting in what they might think is the best interest.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I just don't want to think about it. It's all too complicated and too deep for me.
Yeah, I really also. It's not like even thinking about it too much is gonna do anything. So I got frame everywhere as Claire just kicks the can.
Yeah, just wanted to know how you felt about it.
Confused. Mostly. Well, probably leaning more down your path as we're talking. I mean,
Yeah.
it just feels weird. But, I want to trust Dr. Mero, and he made a really compelling case with how he portrayed his ideas more so than I think the substance of them.
Oh, I'll keep working with him. Like I said, I believe everything he said was coming from his heart, and he has good intentions. I just don't like what it is he's doing. It's the wrong way.
Yeah, well, I guess best thing we can do is just keep doing our job and hope we can influence things the best we can.
Yep,
Oh, also,
it's great.
I don't know how much that freaked you out, but all those puppets everywhere were giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah. Pepper's real impressive, ain't she?
Yeah. I can't imagine how long she had to train to control that manually. Sounds hard.
Yeah, training to control them, going out to check on the situation in the field herself. She's real impressive with everything she can do.
Maybe she's just like I don't know, like a genius, not just in her science stuff, but this too.
Maybe. Sure does seem the kind of thing that would be awful hard to have the free time to train up if you're first faunus, all downtrodden faunus that's almost a slave, and then a research assistant who's spending all her hours crunching numbers or whatever. Where do you think she found the time? Is she just that impressive? Well, I mean, she's just that good at multitasking?
Well, couldn't say for sure, but it's not the kind of thing you just get an extra cup of coffee for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at this point, Piper scares Viridian.
I mean, that's very fair. It's
She-
she dumped a lot on your plate.
Yeah, just
Claire's
thinking about all this and how competent she is, it's like, who are you?
Claire's also
and she wasn't exactly happy to share information unless prompted.
He
Claire-
was
Claire's
this
also
close to
sufficiently
just
unnerved.
asking her, who are you?
Are you? I'm Piper Hamlin, dear.
Poppy, you wouldn't like the answer to that.
Poppy. Oh, hello, Poppy. I'm a hero. Haha.
Wow, that's my dangerous type of person. So, do you want to like actively look for her? Are you doing that?
I'm sorry, what is Claire?
Like looking for boots? Is Viridian already using her bird? Using his bird? Because she didn't realize if it was.
Oh. Yeah, Viridian would have like a bird like up on the rooftops because that seems to be where she comes from most of the time, but he's not like actively looking. He's just like, this time, unless she literally teleports from like over 100 yards away, she's not getting the drop on me.
I feel you. I'll keep that in mind. I'd say you wouldn't have seen anything so far if you have been. So
okay,
but I will keep that in mind.
Also, I do want to comment on one thing. You said like Osiris said he's okay with this. You know, if you have the Ozpin seal of approval, you must be a good guy.
I'm just saying, everyone likes Professor Osiris in canon, and he's like, yeah, I shared research with him, and I mean, he would know 100% if he got one of those black boxes as a member of the council, like, to him, he would fucking know, and like, someone started telling people to send them to me, so you know, no fucking way, right? Like, I'm not, like, I'm kind of like, I'm not a socially competent guy, but I'm not retarded. He definitely knows.
And remember, guys, in a meta sense, nothing goes wrong with that guy.
Yeah, no, nothing.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say Piper and Hamlin are bad guys, Blake?
Piper and Hamlin.
What did I say?
They're two different
said that's what you said.
And Dr. Merlot.
Maybe.
Why would Ozma think they're
I'm
cool,
just
though?
saying
Look.
the Ozma seal of approval is not
Look,
a very coveted title.
I'm not
a fucking idiot.
saying,
That's why.
I'm not saying that Ozpin funded the soul transferring device, but he certainly intended to make use of it.
He 100% funded the soul transfer device.
Get in!
I like what he said. I like when he's like, James, how could you? No, come to my soul splitter downstairs. I'll never get over. I'll never understand what Osmond's problem with Betty was, so I have to invent my own, because if that motherfucker has Count Dooku's soul splitter in the basement, then it's over, man. Like, I don't know how he can act like that's something too far.
So like, why does it have to be someone with an O for a first name?
I didn't make the rules.
Oh yeah, favorite logic, right.
Yeah, the brother, the white brother, or the yellow brother gave me that. I don't fucking know. Good brother, that's Good Brother's deal. Ask him.
Is that really
Why?
just fuck
I
off?
like it. Yes. Are you sure?
That's real depressing, you know.
Check under that rock.
What about the blacksmith? Where's she?
What the fuck up? Oh my god. I forget about that shit, and I remember everything about RWBY. I hate them, man. They're fucking stupid.
What are they talking about?
The blacksmith.
Remember the fucking lady and the blacksmith lady who's the actual secret god, because you know, like, God is a woman or whatever. I don't know why they made a second extra god when they had a good origin story.
Oh my god.
Oh
What?
yeah, right.
Oh yeah,
Never
Richard, you didn't watch that season. Yeah, there's a shitty Alice in Ripoff Wonderland world, and in it there's a secret other god called the blacksmith or something, who like is like a tree woman who like made them originally for some reason.
Oh
yeah, it's
my
like when
God,
Azeroth
what?
became the planet. Yeah, I don't know. they didn't. I'm gonna be fucking really honest. I was really laughing and angry during her story, and I really actually didn't pay attention.
Noah was manic during it. I'll just say.
I couldn't believe they were making a second one. It was so baffling.
It's
They made
actually
a cool
Ruby.
creation myth, and then we're like, oh, we could fuck it up.
It's Ruby
Well done.
Shadowlands. It really is Ruby Shadowlands.
They had a
Don't-
cool creation myth.
Don't worry, fans. I have the raw footage of us reacting to that in real time as we
There's
were
no
watching
way
it.
you still have that.
Too bad you can't upload because it has their Warner Brothers audio behind my laughing.
Nah, just cut it out.
Just cut it out. Yeah, that'll be on our
No,
Patreon
I'll just
one
speed
day.
it
Yeah, just
up.
like you have all my D&D sessions recorded, and we'll
For
definitely
some
release them.
reason.
Stupid.
Well, this is entertaining at least.
What
Wow.
the fuck?
He can't
Ooh.
stop himself from being an asshole. That's another delay on Liam's
Being
game.
like
Thanks,
this.
dickhead.
Just know, viewers, there's an entire D&D game that could have been on the channel.
Yeah.
But someone didn't want to spend hours editing it in his free time. What an asshole.
We're really racist in your
There's
game.
a lot more slurs in my game.
Why wouldn't there be? I don't have to worry about being
It's actually kind of cool. It's all based on like races and stuff, man. It's so cool.
fucking Alba.
Since you
sometimes we do a little heist, but other than that,
Stupid
like-
fucking Alba.
Since you guys love Nude on Pirates, Noah's gone incredibly racist.
Yeah.
Wow, what else
Yeah.
is new?
Are you guys still talking this scene? I got distracted by Blake's aside, and then he mentioned the black, and then he also distracted me by mentioning the secret god, mother.
Keep this in.
Yeah, obviously keep this in. This is funny, but I'm not mad. I'm angry. So you guys better keep talking, or else if you ask me to do something, I'll probably make it hurt you. No, you can do whatever. I'll be fine.
What?
Claire, help me steal this car.
I got to interject.
All right, you guys were done. I got it.
Claire
Alright.
picks it up.
We
Where
go up the
to?
elevator and they're kneeling. We got caught.
You got caught. You gotta help
Yes,
us out.
Clara
Leo.
already explained everything to the
Oh my god,
constable.
look, Freddy, and I can fit in here.
What?
That's nice, May. That's nice.
That's awesome.
Merlot Mouse. He must know all the secrets of Merlot Labs. Let's talk and see what he thinks.
Oh my god, look, it's the Impelect Lucis that's in Merlot Mouse's outfit.
Oh no, they're
What-
gonna put Yusuf in
what
a
is
What
Merlot
if
Yeah.
I
Mouse
did tell? What if I
Why would they
did
do
tell
that?
you Chi was in Merlot Mouse that whole time? That would fuck
I'd
you
be
up, right?
scared.
That would fuck me up so
Oh my
hard.
God, Clara, get out of the road!
No, Freddy, you're fucking man!
Oh,
Finally, the witch
Why
is
was the
dead.
car so stretched?
Because it was on the
Stretch
road.
limo.
No,
Oh,
no,
Thank you, Liam. Liam Good said it before I
No.
could think.
no, it runs me over, but my legs are exposed and they roll up.
Oh my God! Finally, a fucking
Holy shit.
Finally, a reference. Yes.
Storybook references.
Ruby's finally complete. I can think of. I almost said Alice in Wonderland. Holy shit!
Yeah,
Oh,
Alice.
We were talking about the blacksmith, so I get it.
Classic Alice in
We
Wonderland.
were talking about Alice. So.
Alice in the Hood, as Ruby calls it.
Please
Oh
don't
my
say the
God.
N-word.
I'm not gonna. Why would I? I've never said that.
We've never said
Yeah,
it.
I've never.
Well,
said it.
I
Liam has already messaged me tonight saying you caught
Shut
Faye
up.
saying the N-word, right?
That's not
no
funny.
way. That's funny as fuck.
She's like, he did? I'm like, yeah, he did. He slurred it real quick. I knew
That's so fucking funny.
No,
Holy
hold on,
shit.
hold on.
Oh, he needs to defend himself.
Hold on. I said I did not use hard R. I want that to be known. I did not use hard
I
R.
hope you didn't, because I'm not going to find it.
I would never use hard R.
Wow. Blake said, "Dude, you think I'm editing that? Let him
That's
cook."
fine. Listen,
Eat
I didn't
first
use
First 5
hard
minutes
R.
of your second recording. You're insane.
You're
Dude,
insane.
he was too
Fuck
high.
you.
He was too high to take the note, bro. What can you say?
Kill yourself.
Hey, shit. Hey, shit. All right, I want to say it. Calling Blake High is a little too funny. You gotta stop. It's a little too funny. You gotta stop.
Fuck.
I'm defending you.
Sorry, though.
It's
All
a
right.
little too funny.
I'm moving the scene
Moving
along. There's something.
Yeah.
You guys, that's. God, I haven't ever felt comfortable using casual music in a hot minute in this arc. This is awesome.
Yeah, things have been exploding.
Yeah, you guys will make your way back to Hog Street, obviously, but there's someone waiting. Sorry, I have to make sure there aren't too many characters nearby. This new
One
layer
take
is
time.
really
Yeah,
fucking
that's
with
fine.
me. Right. Anyway, there's two figures waiting outside the inn. Seems like people have conspicuously made room. As you can approach, it's Artorias and Mors. Mors looks more like at attention. Artorias looks like he's casually waiting. He's got a bit of bandaging on his head and stuff, but it doesn't look anything serious. I know you guys heard he actually was possibly attacked before.
Yeah.
But he's got his arms folded, and he'll smile as you two approach, and he'll wave, flag you both down as they're coming up. I was hoping to catch all of you, but if Felix and Gwen are busy at the moment.
We've had a real...
Incredibly busy day, I'm certain. And
Yeah,
that's why I'm here.
they're still recovering.
Yeah. They're dealing with stuff. Not on the day.
He looks between the both of you as you both say something different and smiles a bit politely, like he's not trying to press you for details. Well, I hope they don't take it as offense that I might not have the time to find them as well to say it, but I did just wish to say that despite how things might have left off between the two of us, or between all of us, seeming rather tense last time, defending the city, I wish to extend my thanks for making sure you could help as many citizens as possible here.
Oh yeah, don't mention it. It's part of why we're here.
I understand, but it's still something that needs to be said, and I would like it to be, just to make it clear. He froze his brow for a second. I'm frustrated with how things are run in this place, but I'm happy to know that it's not being ravaged by Grimm at any lackadaisical ruling by the current governor or anything. Your help has been appreciated for the Valish people.
Well, I'll accept that graciously.
Yeah, he'd be a piss poor governor if his Grimm-proof city fell to Grimm at the first sign of trouble.
Almost definitely, yes.
Yeah, and well, this is what we're supposed to be doing. Even if there's all these political things, wherever we are, our job is to stop the Grimm from hurting the regular folk.
Yes, and I just wanted to make it clear that I admire and appreciate that sort of thing. I figured it would be improper not to at least stop by and check on all of you and make sure that was stated.
Lance and Wayne doing okay? Last time I saw them, they were running off.
Yes, we've been in contact since, obviously. Unfortunately, I was not allowed, he says, looking over towards Morris a bit and frowning, to join them on the front, or else I would have come to reinforce the rest of you. I suppose part of this is that I do feel a bit guilty that I couldn't, so I have to at least fulfill one half of my capabilities in being the happy political face.
Well, maybe
Don't make
when
it
you're
sound like we're bending your arm to keep you safe. Well, you are, mostly.
well, maybe when you're king, you'll get a bit more chances to do what you want.
That's funny.
Yeah.
No. All my duties will be what I want to do. You are right.
Well, I'm happy someone could finally take a joke today. Just, dour moods.
Definitely. I have some... Once the list comes in and more of the hospitals finalize their reports, I have some families I intend to visit. So, I imagine I'll be used to it by the end of the next day or so.
Well, let's hope you don't get fully used to it.
He shrugs. It's not something I'm allowed to shy away from, even if I wanted to. And if it's something that could help, I'd like to at least try it.
I'm sure that'll make them feel real relieved.
I doubt it, but it's something.
Ah, come on.
I doubt it too.
Losing one's family is not worth the cost of some poor visit of the prince of this country. All I can do is say my apologies and pray they know we'll do our best in the future and extend what help we can to them if necessary. Sorry, it's not exactly something I need to tell you all about.
Yeah,
Guess it's on my mind is all.
and it seems pretty hit or miss whether any random citizen here is going to be a fan or not so much a fan of your presence.
Claire,
true
Claire
enough.
is going to knock Viridian in the side with her elbow. I think that they'll all... It's not to say they'll feel better, but there's a slight bit of comfort to know someone of your importance, whether you feel it or not, is giving them even just a little bit of your time.
Maybe. But Viridian's most likely right. Many people who've moved out here would probably know why this city had its potential. It's a new frontier for the Valish people, far away from the reach of the crown in some regards. So, well, I hope it doesn't come across as overbearing. But it should go to show them that even out here we still care for them, no matter what difficulties they might see between the two of us on a large political scale in the coming future.
Yeah.
Better to sow some goodwill while I can before it starts to become more tense.
You expecting things to become even more tense around here? Claire asked that almost like knowing the answer is yes.
Once again, your humor astounds me. This is kind of grimly. And with no fucking actual laughter behind his eyes. Well then, I shouldn't bother you on your way to rest any longer. I know how taxing it can be, after all. I do mean it, though. Thank you. And treat yourselves well while you're still here. I imagine you'll be leaving before we are at this rate.
Yeah, just waiting for the call from Enoch. Shouldn't be too long now.
Right. Well, give him my best wishes. I'm sure he might need them in the future.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It was good to see you at least one last time before we all headed out.
Right, I didn't want to leave on such a tense note, I suppose, and I hope in the future it can be more as cooperative huntsman in training next time.
I look forward to that. I think it fits both of us better.
Sure. Don't be so tense. Pats Claire on the shoulder. Yeah, I suppose I left a very poor impression last time if you think you have to talk politically in front of me.
That's fine. Well,
I prefer the relax.
Yeah. We
well,
only got so much more time to be peers. In a couple years, we'll be huntsmen, and you'll be well, you might not be a king in a couple years. Hopefully your dad lasts a lot longer than that.
Can you give me a report roll?
Yeah, I'll do that, but he's still saying that.
No, I know.
I mean,
I'm not laughing at you thinking like what an asshole. I'm laughing because it's like, oh, it's poor Artie.
Yeah, poor Art. It is like, Viridian did end with, oh, well, hopefully your dad lasts a lot longer.
well, actually, my
But yeah,
dad
report
died
is-
10 minutes before this conversation. I got the call.
What is my report? Yeah, that's my fault. I mean, like, Viridian knows that the king is, like, ill right now.
Yeah. Morris's eyes dart towards Artie too quickly to stop herself from being regarded, more so you can see the blatant naked concern on her face as Artie nods slowly, and you can see him clench his fist at his side and sigh. Doubtful. Hopefully, he'll last to see me through graduation.
Yeah.
Thank you. He says as he looks at Brie and nods, smiling a little bit. Like, he gets that you meant it. It's just tough on him, and he appreciates the honesty. He'll
Okay.
tip his head a little bit over. I appreciate it. Oh, we'll be off then.
As Claire will stop for a moment to like look at Artie very genuinely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if this is the last time we see each other here, I hope you take it easy. You definitely deserve it, Artie.
I feel like I've been taking it easy too long. Personally, but I suppose it's a difference of opinions.
Yeah, from my point of view, you're probably the busiest person I know.
Ah, brutal. I hope your team can match up to me one day then.
Yeah, so do I. As Claire will side-eye Viridian.
He'll smile politely and give a little wave as he'll make his way off as more people on the street who weren't scared away before start gawking a little bit as him and Morse march off as she gives a polite little concerned nod.
Hey,
Pause.
remember, until you graduate, you're a huntsman in training.
He kind of laughs pretty genuinely and nods. Oh, I'd do everything not to forget it. Don't worry.
Keep him from
Stay
getting
sharp, Amis.
keep him from getting banged up anymore, Morse.
So smile a little bit, and they will head off.
Viridian's gonna sigh, rub his ribs where Clara elbowed him, and then go, that guy's too honest.
I take it that's not a good thing in royalty.
I mean, it's a good thing in royalty, not a good thing in a noble.
It's making my head hurt.
Like, all the tales, people want their king to be good like that, but that's not how the nobles are.
This is gonna be a last comment, I think, before we fade out, as Claire will walk in with Viridian. Hey, Viridian, did you ever tell your mom that you knew the prince?
Man, I need you to stop talking.
We'll definitely fade out on that. Alright, so Gwen was hanging around waiting for a chance with Merlot. We'll go back to Merlot Industries deeper.
You know, poking around,
Scram.
breaking shit, you know.
Yeah. Let me just plug in this inconspicuous USB drive and I'm in.
Well, I did find this USB drive out in the parking lot. I was wondering what was inside
Get rid of it.
Batman taught him how to do it.
Like, unplug it, you mean?
Destroy
Cut to
it.
Gwen in a bathroom stall looking up.
Shut the fuck up. I don't want to imagine Gwen and in the gearbox.
Comment if you're a knower. Comment if you're a knower about that one.
Why did he let people see that photo?
It's a fucking mystery.
I'll never
It's
get
a
over
fucking
it.
mystery.
I'll never get over him. Okay, what is this? Once again, I'm
Boss
asking
music.
for your help. What did I think it? Oh, I thought it was under.
He
Okay.
laughs at me.
After a while, Gwen would be poking around. I'll just have her down this wall. This isn't scaled perfectly.
Sure.
And you'll feel a tap on your shoulder as Piper is there, eyes closed, smiling at you when you turn around. You didn't hear her sneak up on you.
Gwen
Hello,
will,
Piper.
Gwen will slightly jump.
Mm.
Hi.
Ah, good. A little huntsman perception is still in there. Or should I say reflexes?
How was Romeo?
He's up now. All better physically. He's a bit of a recovery type, it seems, for the huntsman. His aura is mostly tuned towards regenerative properties, so I suppose this isn't the first time he's let himself get banged up very badly and still come out looking fresh as daisies afterwards. Sore, it seems, but physically recovered completely. Scratched up a little bit, though. Impressive what you can do with a whole career under your belt when it looks like your ribcage is about to fall out.
Right, well, that's
Oh,
good, I
come
guess.
on. You gotta toughen up a little bit, Pulpit. It's going to be a bit of a nasty business for you, you know. Being a huntsman and all these things. If you can't handle a little gallows humor about it.
Yeah, sorry. Long
And
day.
don't apologize to me. I'm just trying to make sure you look out for yourself. It's a tough job.
Yeah. So is he? What's
It's
he
about what I
doing up
expected.
there?
It's a bit what I expected, unfortunately, in some regards, and fortunately in others. He's mostly confused. I know he's not stupid enough to wonder why he's arrived down here this time, but it's not the first time he's woken up in strange places before, sometimes even in my presence. But he doesn't remember anything really besides the soreness or that. He thinks he might have gotten in a fight or something out in the alleys when he was drunk, but besides that, he's pretty clueless and just went through some of the basic questions to make sure he had all his faculties going still again. It's sort of like a checklist, like before you leave your house, but instead it's about, well, much more frustrating topics. I should say it's difficult to know now that this is the state he must have been in quite a few times, so he's definitely, well, adjusted to it. While useful in the sense of it allows him to not have a completely shattered state of mind, it does mean it's a pretty intense psychosis he's put himself into this way. Oh, come on, you must have some questions. You and Clara were digging through his things. I was a bit sharing on the details then, but considering the circumstances now, I don't really have much I can hide from you in account of his actual state of being now. After all, the worst suspicions have come true. What more could I say that would really damn him further at this point?
Yeah, I suppose. What do you think? Do you think it was all Yusuf?
Well, yes, I do, in my professional opinion. Though, whether it's exactly what you would consider all his is a different opinion. Romeo is quite a wounded animal in this state. His hunt is quite serious. He already had shown signs and, well, occasions of having fractured psychosis. How would it be in a movie or something? I guess you could call it a split personality in some regards. More so, different levels of cognition, though, that he'd allow himself in. So, sometimes he'd be Romeo, but sometimes I'd be speaking to a different kind of Romeo that was a bit more out of it or into it, if you know things.
Right.
You rattled through his washer, didn't you?
Yeah, it had a uniform in it.
Juliet.
Yeah.
She tilts her head a little bit, like waiting for you to keep going.
I don't know what to say.
Okay, she'll pause, see Gwen, like Liam, a bit perplexed why she's bringing it up, and she'll sigh. A good side of him, I'd say. Sometimes he gets confused and thinks he's a bit of her. My theory is it has to do with the possession of the Geist. Whether it was truly, like he said, and able to actually possess people or not, or the other, the situation caused him to disassociate quite heavily, and the switching of perspectives and control of one's body, I think he associates some parts of himself with that. That and mixing with the guilt of things and having to kill her himself, whether at his own will or not. Which I don't think he did, for reference, from what I understand of him.
I don't think so either.
But this part of him is definitely violent. Whatever it is that comes out when he would do these killings, definitely. Yusuf, the... I'm not sure what we'll do with him, but he's definitely responsible for creating or helping harbor some sort of violent personality within Romeo. Originally, I prescribed him to continue taking those psychedelic drugs from Vacuo to help him with the disassociation. Essentially, they'd allow him more helpful out-of-body experiences to keep these selves more fractured and concise. Before, he used to be quite terrible at articulating himself and would become more incoherent. Using them, it allows him to explore parts of his psychology that he normally keeps locked up, and thus allows me to understand what's under it. It's sort of like hypnosis.
Hmm. I guess Yusuf just sort of pushed those back together, huh?
Probably. I don't think that rat's much of an intellectual, or she would say, I don't think that scruffy boy's much of an intellectual or sure of what he was doing in some regard, but I am certain he is in others. The continued agitation and restoration of that violent persona is almost definitely his fault.
But it was there to begin with.
That is the troubling question. I don't know. Perhaps it's something that might be within him. After all, it wouldn't be a shocker to know most of us have an irrationally violent side within us to some degree. It comes out in spurts of anger, I'm sure you've noticed, especially going through those hormone-riddled years. But to be that degree of violent and that specific about it is a bit tough to believe. But perhaps just a bit of rattling went the wrong way with that, and something dark and truly disturbing came out of him. His obsession with keeping the mask under lock and key, like it's its guardian in the case of that Grimm resurfacing. Well, I dare say he's allowed it to resurface himself. I'll share with me some peculiar details that Yusuf's mentioned.
Like what?
As she continues walking down the hall with you.
Sure.
Yusuf is quite convinced that he's spoken to Romeo before when he's in this psychosis, which, from what it sounded like from him on the street and when I found him, didn't seem entirely coherent. Doesn't surprise you.
I don't know.
Oh, come on, dear. Don't look like you're about to cry about these sorts of things. She sounds pretty sad and gently pats you on the shoulder and looks at and kind of leans down. I guess she is kind of taller than Gwen, because Gwen's kind of short. Just barely, though. She kind of leans over, sympathetically. You're not going to feel very broken up about this too poorly, are you? Romeo's a troubled man, and I know it's a disgusting revelation to learn about this sort of thing, but it's not as if anything that you held in regard for him needs to be discarded because of his actions. He's sick. Very sick. And I don't think any part of the Romeo that you appreciate would have enjoyed doing anything that he's done, which is a horrific in and of itself, but that shouldn't mean you should start to look so dour about it yet. Things like this can be helped, even if it won't allow him much of a life of freedom if this was, well, found out in any more detail. Though if I have my way, we'll keep him here until I can get him on something stable and let him back out into the world. No objection? I'm surprised. You seem quite uppity about some things.
I don't know if that's the best idea.
I'm sorry, do you say I don't know if that's the best idea, or
I don't know if that's the best idea, just letting someone who could turn into a monster at a moment's notice roam the streets.
Probably not.
Irresponsible.
What would you want to do with him then? Hypothetically. I'm not going to take offense to you. We're merely talking as intellectuals.
I don't know.
Oh, come
His
on.
life's
Answer it truthfully as honestly, without worrying about it too much. Speak quickly before your mind catches up.
I mean, his life's been so tragic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to just say we should lock him up, but he's a threat to himself and others.
All true, all true.
I mean, you can't. I mean, he's a huntsman, right? Or
Mhm.
was. Can't take that away from him. He's a dangerous weapon.
No, definitely not. Though, it's hard to say sometimes. I think Romeo would have been quite happy not to be a huntsman, from what I know.
What do you mean?
Oh, from what I've gathered from our discussions, it was more something his wife insisted on. They grew up together after all. I imagine he just spent most of his time chasing after her to clean up after her messes. It'd be cute if it didn't have such a horrific ending to it all. At the root of these issues come a lot of mental and emotional hang-ups that I think I'd like to attempt to help him untangle, but ultimately comes down to his ability to do so. His condition is something I can help with, to my best of my abilities. And I think I'm the last person who would give him the chance to not continually ruin his life from this point on, so I would necessarily take the steps to assist him. Whether that makes it immoral or rational isn't something I care for too much right now. Though if he's obviously too much of a menace, I can't exactly let him go out on the street like that. That's how I worry about these things. If I think it's important enough and there's something I can do to change it, why wouldn't I, after all, right?
Right.
You should think that way a lot easier. After all, you're a spirited young huntsman. You're going to have a lot more trouble in the future. If you keep yourself stuck on these issues of not knowing what you want to do and start getting worried about what would be irresponsible, you'll never make progress in either of them. The world's pretty vicious. They'll take advantage of that sort of thing.
I mean, one sec.
Think about it.
What did she just say? Sorry, no, I thought about it so much I forgot how she. No, he quit. He quit. Ben was like, "I fucking hate Liam. I'm leaving."
I hate Liam. No, what she said is she finished off her spiel on saying, like, you know, you need to pick to, like, think about what you care about and not what the world says because they're getting in the way of each other, and then you can worry about that. And she ended it by saying, the world's pretty vicious, and will take advantage of that attitude of yours.
I mean, I know what I want. Just don't know what Romeo would want.
Do you think that matters right now? Truthfully.
A bit.
A bit of a dismissive answer, don't you think, Poppet? But I know where you're coming from. At the end of the day, I want the best for Romeo. And I'm sure a part of him wants it too. But there are plenty of parts of him that want him to just end up dead or, well, doing much worse to other people that I know the Romeo underneath all of that would suffer for. People are constantly riddled with self-doubt on what they should do. You saw it on my dear Monty's face, after all. The world struggles to make a monster out of the work he does that he tries to help the world with. Whether they understand it or not's one thing, but even if they don't, that doesn't give them the right to demonize it entirely. Not that I take much offense of your concerns, personally, but I know how much it bothers him, so it matters a little bit. It's the same sort of thing for Romeo. People can say what they will about him, but at the end of the day, he's a man who let himself get taken advantage of for his whole life, and he ended up like this for it. It's unfair and cruel, and it makes my heart swing in a sort of uncomfortable way. I'd like to enable him to be able to take the reins back in his life, but I'm not sure he's ready for them yet either. So the best I could do for someone like that is continue to impart what I think would be best for them, which is to gain some semblance of control over himself after all of this. Sometimes we're just left with that, though. What we think is right and what we can do for ourselves. Leaves a bit of a sour taste in your mouth, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if I completely agree with what you're saying on some of these things. I mean, when I talked to Romeo about his time with his wife, he genuinely sounded like he, loved the time he spent with her. And that being the reason for him becoming a huntsman. I wouldn't say he doesn't want to be a huntsman. Just because you want to be a huntsman for someone else, it's a perfectly fine reason. I don't...
Pop it. Pop it. She kind of squeezes your cheek
No one
a
can
little bit.
force you.
No. The only person who can force yourself is yourself, after all, in the most of the time. But they can certainly push you there. You are a very smart girl, I think, being stopped by a very simple question, very simple, confusing point, Aranea. You can't think of everything as on or off. She kind of bops her nose a little bit with her index finger. Just because something's true doesn't mean the other isn't also. The human mind is complex enough, even the fauna's mind, to have contradictions so simple like that. To love and hate someone goes so quickly and easily in hand. You can only understand yourself and, well, you'll care for someone if you learn what you hate about them too at the same time. I don't doubt Romeo did it out of love, and I don't doubt he loved her and enjoyed it also, but that doesn't mean it's not... The only reason he can understand that is because of the bitter, entangled other side of that equation. Being unable to unpack that is what causes these problems. Well, the great trauma they've gone through also is a bit of a catalyst, but if they were someone who was able to face these issues before it happened, then they wouldn't be left in such a sorry state afterwards. So don't stop yourself just because there's a contradiction. Just understand that.
I kind of listens to what she's saying, like nodding her head, like she thinks she gets what she's trying to say, but it's
it's an uncomfortable one, and she smiles.
Yeah.
It's all right. As long as you're thinking about it, that's the best I'd ask of you. I wouldn't ask you to regurgitate what I said back and say you agree with it either. That's the beauty of these sorts of things. Just stuff I always realized then, and the only way I see things now. If you had a better argument, I'd listen, believe you. Monty's convinced me of tons of stuff I would never have considered. I mean, seriously, it's amazing what meeting people can do for you. It's good to have your convictions, but it's also great to share an ear for people, and I can appreciate that even if at the end of the day you think I'm just a bit of cynic about some things.
Yeah, I definitely been helped by a lot of different perspectives since I've started training as a huntsman.
So don't let any of the perspectives of Romeo color you too much on what you care about in it. It might be ugly and it might be a horrible thing that happened, but you can still see the person you care or want to help in there, and you can still see them struggling with it, but you don't have to frown so much about it. if you focus on the good parts, you'll be able to convince yourself to smile in spite of things, knowing there's something you can do to help. Or just laugh at the end about what you're incapable of. Sometimes it's funny to realize how much of a puppet on strings we are. Ugh, spare me, I know.
Alright.
Here we are. Oh, trust me, all this cynicism helps real good with keeping the Grimm off your tail and these sorts of things, too. That's a bit of a field tip for you. I'm sure Huntsman can appreciate it. Yeah, then.
Alright.
Here we are. I'd like you not to mention too much of what happened exactly. I'm sure he might ask if you want to talk for that long or anything, but you could just do a dip in and check in on him and talk. He's easily distracted, you'll know. Just don't say anything that upset him, but I'll see if you know exactly what to do.
Just a quick check-in. Check he's alright.
Yeah, of course. Settle your mind at ease so you can get back to thinking about what you'd want to do. Ah, you're a sweet girl, Gwen. Walks up and gives you a pat on the head. I'll be a real fine huntsman, alright? Keep up this attitude and you'll have loads of fans, huh?
Gwen kind of just pushes her head away from the pat.
Ah, touchy, a little too old for that, eh? Well, I'll have you know you can never grow too old for a little bit of affection. You'll get over yourself one day, dearie. I mean, I'll be around if you need me. Ta.
Yeah, thanks for the advice.
Oh, thanks for letting me blither on about these sorts of things. It helps. As long as you find something helpful, that's all I can ask for. She'll wave casually as she strides off of her long, almost hopping steps.
All right.
What the fuck does time mean? I hate those people so much. Thinking. Enter. Let me get the file war. And here we go. Here's Romeo's cool room. It's definitely another room that was quickly repurposed in a hurry. As you can tell, this is a storage chamber. These aren't like actual wood. I just, bookshelf textures. It's like, a little more metallic and things and stacked with folders and logs and things. And some are just like hard drives and things like shoved up in there. It's an old... The bed's in the corners. Romeo's just kind of laid back on it right now, rubbing his head. He's been changed into like a different set of clothes and everything, and a few things are scattered around the room. He'll blink and he'll stand up from the bed, or at least to sit at the end of it. Oh, Gwen. Hey. As he blinks, blithered. Dr. Hamlin mentioned you guys were around since you're helping at the facility.
Yeah, just wanted to check in, see how you're doing. How you feeling?
Oh, just tired. Slept like a baby, though, I guess. Sniffs a little bit. Guess I showered. That's good.
Yeah. Glad you're feeling rested.
Yeah, it's rare commodity sometimes, I guess. Sorry, that sounded a little grim, I guess. No, I would say that sounded a little dour, I guess. No. Whew. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel alright. Oh, I could go for a drink, though.
Maybe another time.
Yeah, Dr. Hamlin had me do one of her tests or whatever, so I'm not supposed to for a couple hours anyway. Yeah. Back when I first started, she'd lock me in the room to make sure I didn't, leave. She'd play cards with me and stuff, but, I told her I was an alcoholic, so she was like, oh, well, can't I be doing this and then get all messed up on the pill and beer and have people arrest me for something? is.
Good impression.
Yeah, you get a lot of work when she's one of the other people you talk to for long and remember. Oh god, there's some really bad accents here in North Vale. Don't know how people understand each other around here.
Yeah, I don't understand half the things I hear on the street.
Yeah. And yeah, it's tough. Man, I was really glad it was an equal spread in Beacon. I could stick with people who knew how to speak proper. Ugh. You doing okay? You look a little
Huh?
tired.
Long day fighting. We had a Grimm assignment. We had to
Got
deal
it.
with some Grimm.
Right.
It was,
It was migration. Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
That's
But,
really bad.
it'll work out.
Hope so. Yeah. I mean, it's not like they're not getting in this city, but there's some places around here. Well, I mean, I think some of them have moved in. I don't know.
Yeah, we're trying our best to mitigate some of that.
Jeez, I got kids doing that. I mean, no offense, I just remember.
Short-handed.
Fuck, short-handed. He shakes his head. Union's got to be up some shit if they're that short-handed. We'd have.
I think they're bringing in huntsmen for the migration now. I think they're actually shipping us out anytime now. Unfortunately,
bet.
we won't be able to stick around.
Nah, you shouldn't be around for dealing with diverting a migration. They can be pretty awful, and either they're real hectic and you spend a whole day frazzled in the field, or they're one of the most boring assignments you ever have. Normally they'll send out tons of teams, and then you got to figure out if you're lucky or unlucky, what the definition you have with that. And it's not normally too high casualty if they handle it correctly, and there's no break in the migration and it's properly scouted. But
Yeah, I'd rather be there than on a bullhead on the way back.
Yeah, my ass always gets numb on bullheads. I feel you. Look, don't worry about it, alright? Like, you're gonna do plenty of work in the future. When you're back in the academy, I know you shade kids are wild about this sort of stuff. We didn't even get assignments till we were in our second year, but you should just take your time with these things. I know it's annoying, but it'll really pay off later on. You'll notice a lot between some of the deadbeats who didn't go to one of the big four. They won't know how to tie their shoelaces and stuff on assignments, and they'll look like assholes dragging people down with timing and stuff. A lot of the important logistics come from stupid shit you learned during school, like the proper trail management and rationing and time management details that you do dumb equations for in your head, and then you realize, oh, I guess I get why we did so many cartography tests and things. Great, I have to think back to Mrs. fucking Bluevelts and actually thank her for this. He rolls his eyes.
I'll have to have you give that pep talk to Viridian.
Oh, yeah. I can tell.
Not big on the classes, that one.
No, definitely getting some flashbacks back to dealing with Julie. Bitching about them back then. Oh, boy. He was a terrible student. Oh, natural huntsman, not student. Thanks for checking in on me a couple of times now, I think.
No problem.
Nah, it's nice of you. This needs to be said. You should expect people to thank you. Don't be a thankless huntsman. That'll get to you. All
right. Well, thank you.
Don't thank me for much. I don't really do much besides talk.
Well, you're giving me so much useful insight about the importance of trail management and to not be a thankless asshole.
I guess I'll say those two are helpful. Don't take too much advice from me. A lot of it's worthless, but those will probably serve you pretty well. Yeah, okay. I'll let you think me first. Start tapping his foot on the ground a little bit as he scratches the back of his head. Man. By the way, will you ask Dr. Hamlin where I left like code and stuff if you see her next? Appreciate the nice clothes. She does. It's really annoying as she gives them once in a while without asking. I actually have some like stuff in there, so she didn't just throw them out. I know they were pretty ratty, but had some stuff in my
make sure to mention it.
Thanks, I appreciate it. No, sorry. Bad habits get jittery when I don't have my pocket knife or something. Don't worry, I don't assume it's all awkward silence, meta-wise.
Yeah.
But are you trying to put something to words, or are you figuring it out?
I'm just trying to feel out some...
No, it's good. Don't worry. Yeah. He'll get out, Ben starts stretching and kind of like flicking through some of the books and stuff.
So, I guess you weren't big on the classes when you were in your Huntsman Academy?
Oh, me? Well, you know, it's not like I was a straight A student, no. I did all right, I guess. They were weird a lot of the time. Histories and stuff always flew over my head. Still not exactly sure why we need to learn all of that all the time, but I guess I kind of get it. Combat class was always a pain in the ass. Obviously, no one likes getting thrown around the place. Weapon maintenance and stuff can be pretty boring. Makes you feel like you're obsessive compulsive sometimes. But no, that's just how they try and teach you. Ugh. Besides that, it wasn't too bad. Probably more fun at Shade.
Yeah, a bit more freedom to do some stuff on your own accord.
Yeah, I was terrible at apiology. That was rough. Survival training and stuff was alright, though. Horology was actually pretty decent at, I gotta say. Not to brag. Yeah.
But,
All that biology stuff was pretty good. Thought about working as like a field medic or something, but
instead of a huntsman?
well, you know, it's not like...
Well, anything in the field that requires some sort of...
Yeah, that sort of thing. And
training.
I mean, you know, not everyone plans to live and die by the blade their whole life. Not that I was hoping to tire like this, but, well, wouldn't have hurt to, like, honestly, teaching wouldn't be too bad. One of those, what'd you call them? Primary schools. Yeah. Handle like little huntsmen. That wouldn't be too bad. Take a few years in the field and then teach him how to do proper things. Like I said, cartography, stuff like that. That was always fun. Still help out the fight and all that, but not do the whole life thing too long.
So, what was it? I mean, it's not too late to do something like that. I mean,
Yeah, they're gonna ask what the hole on my resume is, I think. And I don't really have many
knowledge is
friends.
knowledge, right?
I don't really have any friends who would be good recommendations in the field. Not the best reputation.
Well,
Kind of hard to get any work in the sector.
I suppose.
Yeah. Besides, I don't got much of that in my head anymore anyway. Probably all gone. A lot of things are. He just stares at the bookshelf for a while. You don't really see him like he's thinking or anything. He's just checked out.
I guess if you were to do it again,
He blinks, looks over.
if you were to do it again, you would have picked something else.
Do it again, like. Oh, I mean, like. I don't know what I'd do. Probably whatever Julie wanted.
There's nothing you wanted to do.
Like I said, wouldn't have minded doing that teaching stuff. Something a little more stable. Put some years under our belt, happy hunting and all of that, then maybe take some of that money, go send some back to the folks and stuff, help the town get all gussied up, make sure they were living comfortably, and just find somewhere nice, I guess. It'd be nice to have a family or something. That was the plan, I think. I don't know if Julie was really sold on that. She was pretty committed to the lifestyle. I mean, we kind of both were, so. I don't think I complained. I don't remember. Honestly, it's a lot of that's kind of rubs his head a bit of a blur sometimes. Feels kind of He takes a deep breath. Sorry, I don't feel so good.
No, you can lie down. It's probably a bit early for you to be standing up.
Yeah, I'm going to. Should you ask Dr. Hamlin when I can head home?
Yeah.
It's been a while. I want to check on things. Sorry.
Go on.
Sits down.
Gwen looks sad for a moment because he's like, he wants to go check the mask is still there. He's fucking broken on the inside.
It's hard being a huntsman, but it's a good work. Don't ever forget that.
I won't.
Yeah, you don't look like the type who would. Yeah. Don't know where they get people like you, but God has blessed you. Seriously. Don't know what we'd do without you. He lays back down and rubs his head as he's starting to sweat a little bit. Yeah, I'll see you later.
Yeah, let me let you rest.
He waves a little bit, smiling a little bit, and then kind of frowns again and lies back down.
I don't know when they're gonna ship us off or if we'll have time to say goodbyes, but if I don't see you.
Yeah. I'll keep a lookout in the headlines for you guys. I'm sure the Vital Festival ain't the last time I'll see it. It's thanks, I really mean it.
Thank you.
It's been nice.
Well, if I'm ever in the area.
Hope so.
Gwen nods awkwardly. She
Smiles
waves goodbye.
awkwardly and waves. See, he's packed down.
Why don't leave and ponder
Cry.
why people.
So have to suffer.
Yeah.
Eustace's room's right down the hall.
I gotta blow off some steam.
I'm gonna go kill Eustace. And I think we'll leave ourselves to some pondering because our poor companion Ben's internet is not returned.
Oh, really?
Oh,
No.
no.
We're ending on a downer Gwen scene.
You talked to him.
He was. He was.
Damn,
just so
who's gonna come up with the comment this week? The question this week.
Oh,
Before I forget, Noah, I tell Hamlin the things he told me to tell.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to forget a month from now to tell you.
Yeah, of course.
What?
I think she'd tell you the same thing, which is
Well, yeah, his clothes are like destroyed and
she'll
covered
be like,
in blood.
"Oh, it's okay. He's not gonna remember." Yes.
That's great. You'll love to hear that. Gwen just comes back and is like, I just have like crippling depression. It's okay,
Well,
Gwen.
dear, listen,
dead-
Puppy,
he's
you
dead.
gotta get ready. The world's gonna take advantage of this.
Gwen, it's okay.
Gwen's-
He's dead now. Mountain Clan blew up.
Gwen's deeply considering his words and what he said about maybe giving up sooner. I'm thinking like,
Maybe
oh, my parents quit being
my
huntsmen. I
God.
wonder if
And I
That
always
was the
thought
right
they were
call.
just gay.
I still kind of think they're gay, but
They're lame. Why'd they have me? They should have been huntsmen.
Yeah,
They're two people. They could have saved more people than I can singular.
yeah.
well,
Hey,
I'm pretty cool. So I don't
Hey,
know.
Dad, I just wanted to call. No big reason.
Wheels out. Hey, honey.
I like to imagine Gwen just calls him sometime soon, just being like, hey, I just wanted to talk. You know?
No, she's a horrible daughter.
No,
Maybe that'll
she-
change.
Well,
Meridian and her share a
Nice.
lot of funny traits.
They do.
Hey, you don't talk to your mom either? Yeah, not really. I mean, that's not.
So your mom
When?
was your mom happy that you knew?
When I thought
Felix?
you were my mom.
Oh, more mental trauma.
First Felix
Oh,
and
boy.
now Viridian.
God, I
everyone
want to
hitting
have
on me
sex
today.
with my mother. What, Meridian?
What?
Lex?
No.
No, like a woman like her.
Wait,
yeah, a
what?
woman like her.
Wait, what do you mean Verdin has a weird thing with his mom? When did that
It's
happen?
not weird. It's not weird.
It's not weird.
Somehow
It's just-
Claire
it's
just
just
does
fucking
not
normal.
know that.
This is fucking normal.
It's
Oh,
really
I
normal,
love the
bro.
Clara makes. I love the shitty friend leader Clara. For keep it coming, Blake. Yeah, just keep shitting on her. Yeah, make her fucking. You know, it's funny. Oh, base.
He just jumps in my fucking throat every time I say anything. What a fucking
I'm just
great
trying to
GM.
defend
So
Clara.
cool, so fucking awesome. of
Don't
you.
yell. You're gonna be louder on the recording.
Look, Clara doesn't know what it's like to have parents.
There you go. All right.
All right. Well, next time we'll debate the ethics of genetic mutation.
Yeah, I think a lot of things happened, and I think there still needs to be some discussions on them. Surprisingly, I'm shocked. I don't know. Maybe,
Well, we didn't just go like to the side room and be like, "All right, guys, are we killing them?"
No, that's fair. Exactly.
Yeah, no, I don't know why you're very shocked. It's very weird of you.
I will probably do something that upsets the party next session.
I can't
looking
wait.
forward to it.
Cool. All right.
Mon-
Well,
Mon-
Well,
Side,
while Ben's
buddy.
not here, I want to call him a pussy for not executing Yusuf.
does anyone have a viewer question?
Yeah, viewer question. What do you think? Okay, so detach the evilness inherent in
Oh
these
my
characters. What do you actually think of the plan of making the Lucis to kill the Grimm? Positive or
I
negative?
mean, how can they think anything? Dr. Merlot turns into the villain in Grimm Eclipse. It obviously doesn't work.
I just think that you're a little loose with the canon.
It could work.
Fair. I mean, I guess.
I'm trying
Viewer
to approach.
question of the week.
I guess
Do
one's
we
not good.
forgive... No, it wasn't. Do we forgive Romeo for operating under the influence, or do we have to, unfortunately,
Put the
stop
dog down.
this?
Okay, I don't understand what does forgive mean, because he's not just being allowed to go back home and continue on.
That's what Viper said she's gonna do.
I feel like that's what is happening right now. That is what
Why
is
do you
being
think
set
you
up.
guys have him instead of the police? Why
Okay,
does
okay,
Viper say
okay,
you
no,
want us?
Noah, can you calm it down a little bit?
No, this doesn't work on me. I'm incensed.
You're doing
my
what?
character also wasn't in the room when she said the one.
I mean,
We're not
I
talking
know.
about. Okay, we're not talking about characters here, Blake. This is a viewer question.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's a tough situation. Gwen doesn't want him executed. He doesn't feel like it's entirely his fault.
But
He's also kind of a monster. Gwen's compartmentalizing a little bit.
It is a
Good
tough
work!
situation,
Good
but
work, Logan. Do it more!
To my knowledge, Remnant does not have psychiatric prisons that could hold him.
Also, we're out of here in like 3 days. Or a day, or 2, in character, in my mind.
Clara, is it really our... Clara, we can just leave.
I'm so confused,
Like-
Quinn.
I guess I could have this guy executed.
Or I could.
Glenn, I don't want to gun him down in the street. I'm just saying, like, he cannot be allowed to potentially do that again.
So
So prison and
Yes.
So yeah, viewer question of the week. How do we handle Romeo?
Viewer question of the week. How do you feel about the death penalty?
I feel like
Yeah,
And do you think we should
I
execute
guess-
schizophrenics?
Yeah, let's really get.
I
some
mean, if they
audience
murder a bunch
demographics
of
with these
people,
answers.
maybe. If they dice up a bunch of people in
Yeah,
the
but if
street,
the FBI fucking give you a gun and training and lace you with a... Yusuf is the FBI in this situation. Yeah.
FBI asset.
Yeah.
No. He's saying that Romeo is a retired cop.
And Yusuf is an FBI asset of the FBI agent Boots, who has agitated him to act up an asset to kill political dissidents so they
Yeah,
can
is
then
it
move
really-
into the city and overtake the independent movement of this Vale's branch under the Vale's government.
I feel
Yeah.
like we
This
lost.
is a little
Yeah.
Kingsman plot.
Is it really his fault if they have his trigger phrase?
The Valish Kingsmen are literally using this as a casus belli to seize control of the city. Yeah, that's genius! Your question of the week. Does that make sense? Thanks for watching. I hope you guys have a good one. Hopefully we'll stay on schedule this time. See
Fucking
you,
end this
everyone.
shit, man. Jesus
It
Christ.
should be seamless for them. They'll never
What's
notice.
the problem? Hey, hold on. Your question of the
Yeah,
week.
you want to hold on?
Your question of the week. Why Blake asked me to end it? See you next.
Viewer question of the week. What's wrong with Blake?
Absolutely fucking nothing, and I'll tell them why. Nothing is wrong with me. I'm fantastic. Fuck them. What's a pointed at me? God. Yeah, fun session though. Big revelations. A lot of talking. All you combat chuds out there, I apologize. The lack of combat, I know. That's what you come here for. For us to take an hour for the first turn, and that's a conservative estimate. For us to take an hour for the first turn and probably drive you insane? You sickos seem to enjoy it though, so No fucking idea. I can barely stand to sit there and like let my mind wander as I wait on Liam. And you guys watch that for fun. What the fuck is wrong with... That's a real question. What the fuck is wrong with you? How could you watch this? How could you watch combat? That's just really funny. I know I am. Thanks for watching. Tune in again next time.